Hello, Mandy.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so on the 24th of June, my son got married. So on the 29th of June, I took my mother of the groom outfit to a dry cleaners. They took my phone number and gave me my receipt. So a week later, I went back to pick up my suit. I took two items in. I took my son's suit as well. So they passed me my son's suit and they laid my outfit on the counter. So
what was your outfit, just out of interest? I'm just being nosy, Mandy.
It was like a dress with a jacket.
Nice. Colour?
Like a peachy pink.
Nice.
Peach. Yeah,
Were you going to wear a hat or a fascinator?
I had a hatinator.
A what?
A hatinator.
A hatinator? What on earth is a hatinator?
It's between a hat and a fascinator.
Oh, really? I'm going to have to look this up. I've never even heard of it. A hatinator?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes.
So I got everything to match. My shoes matched my belt. My bag matched. Everything matched.
Well, I bet you look quite a devil in all that. I mean, I'm looking at a lovely photo of a hatinator. It looks terribly snazzy. Lovely.
It was.
So you took your outfit to the cleaners to give it a bit of a zhuzh, get it all ready for the big day?
Yes, because I think I sat in something. So I think it had tiny two little marks, or maybe three little marks on the back of the skirt part where I'd sat.
Oh, so hang on a minute. So the outfit was fine for the wedding.
Oh, yes.
So after the wedding, that was when you took it to be cleaned?
Yes.
And you'd sat in something at the wedding?
Yes.
Oh, dear.
I know. But never mind. So when I went to pick it back a week later, they passed me my son's suit and they laid mine on the counter, so I paid for the items.
Yeah.
And as I went to pick my suit up, I said to them, "Oh, what's happened? The belt's all hanging off." So they said to me, well, the lady in the shop said to me that they had to remove the belt before they put it into the cleaner. So I asked them why they didn't ring me to ask if this could be done. And I would have said no. I would have taken it elsewhere and got a second opinion.
Sorry to potentially ask a stupid question, but I'm not terribly au fait with ladies' clothes. The belt, surely the belt could just come off, couldn't it?
No, the belt was glued on. It was a diamante belt that was glued around the middle of the dress.
Oh, so it's like a permanent belt.
Yes.
Right,
yes.
And then you just you fasten it up at the front.
No, you don't fasten it at all.
Oh.
It's just on there. It's just glued on there.
Just there for aesthetics?
Yes.
Why would they be taking that off then? I mean, if it's part of the outfit and it's kind of stuck onto the outfit, it's not something you can remove.
They did. They removed it.
What? Sorry, what was the reason they gave for that? What did they say to you again?
But they told me that it had to be removed before they could put it into the machine. But they didn't remove the whole belt because at the back, when I purchased the dress, the belt was slightly coming away at the back. So the lady where I purchased the dress from repaired that bit. So the back bit was stitched on. So they hadn't removed it all. They'd left the bit that was stitched on. This is what I can't work out. So they'd left the bits that were stitched on, and they said that the rest of it had to be removed to go into the cleaner.
Right. So, and just out of interest, I mean, did this outfit have a care label in it?
Yes, it has.
And did it suggest anything in the care label that it wasn't suitable for dry cleaning, or?
Well, no. You see, I think it had a P, which I think it had the dry cleaning mark in it. So, see, this is where it's getting very confusing now, because obviously when I picked the dress up and I took it home, found out the mark still was on the back, so I went back.
Where you'd sat in something?
Sorry?
Where you'd sat in something, the stain was still on it as well?
Yes.
Right.
So I went back down, and the lady in the shop, I showed her that the mark was still there on the back, and she asked me to fill in a complaints form and leave my email address, which I did, and I left the suit there. And she said she would pass it on to the manager, and the manager would get in contact with me with an email. So the next day I went back down to the shop because I thought I didn't want to leave it there. I was a bit worried about what was going to be happening to my outfit because I hadn't received the email. So I went back down and they said I should have received an email. And I said I hadn't received an email. And I asked while I was in the shop if I could be refunded for the price of my refund for the cleaning because it hadn't been cleaned. And I got told she wasn't allowed to do that. It all had to be done by the manager. And I asked her to ring the manager. And they said, the manager, you should have had an email. And I said, I haven't. In the end, she did ring the manager. The manager did authorise my refund. And I spoke to the manager on the phone. And I will admit, it was a very heated discussion. It was very heated. And she told me a different story. She told me the bout had come off in the machine. But I can't believe the bout come off in the machine because the bow's been unpicked. If you see the picture, you'll understand more of where I'm coming from.
Okay, have you sent us the picture?
Yeah, yes, I have.
Okay, well, hopefully my team will send that over so I can have a little look at that because I'll be very interested. So in terms of the problem that you've got now,
yes.
There were two issues when you went to collect the item. Firstly, they'd taken the belt off.
Yes.
And they hadn't put it back on properly. It was kind of hanging off.
It was just hanging off. They hadn't made any attempt to repair it whatsoever.
So they were just, expecting you to then take the dress to somewhere to have it repaired?
They didn't even mention the dress had been damaged. They just put it on the counter. It's only when I picked it up that I realised.
Okay, so you've got a dress that now needs to be repaired. Have you had it repaired?
No, I took it back to them. They asked me to take it back.
Yes.
And my partner always listens to your show, and he told me that you always say that I've got to give them the opportunity to repair it.
Yeah.
So I did take it back. I took it back on the 17th of August, and they gave me my ticket, and they were going to re-clean it and stitch it.
Right.
4 weeks I hadn't heard from them, and I had phoned a couple of times, but the manager never comes back to me. After 4 weeks, she did send me an email saying that the tailoress was busy with weddings and wedding dresses and it hadn't been done. Fine, I can understand that, but they could have let me know. 6 weeks it went, so it was nearly 6 weeks, and I received another email from her to say that they wasn't going to repair it. All she keeps saying to me is, it's down to where I bought the dress from. I need to take the dress back to where I bought it from. They're the ones that need to repair it. They're the ones that need to refund me for it if I want money back for my outfit, because it's all to do with the label.
Right, okay. Well, so there are two options in terms of what may have gone wrong.
Yeah.
Option number one is that the dress has a label in it that suggests that it's perfectly dry cleanable.
Yes.
And any sensible dry cleaning company would look at that label, they'd say, that's fine, this dress can be dry cleaned.
Yes.
Now, if that label is wrong,
yes,
and if in fact the dress is not okay to be dry cleaned, and if as a result of dry cleaning it then ruins the dress, then quite understandably, the dry cleaner would say to you, you need to take this back to where you bought it from, because there's no way this dress should have that label in saying it's okay to dry clean it. We've dry cleaned it in a perfectly reasonable way, and look what's happened to it.
yes.
However, it seems as if their story has changed, because you were told when you first went to collect the dress that they had taken a preemptive step of removing the belt part of the dress because they didn't feel comfortable dry cleaning it, without having a conversation with you first to give you the option as to whether you were happy with them to do that.
Yes.
And then now you've given them the opportunity to repair it, they still haven't repaired it.
No. And the outfit isn't the same. I mean, when you buy a nice outfit, it's all, how can I explain? Stiff, isn't it? It's all nice and stiff, and now it's all limp.
Limp and floppy.
Yes.
You don't want it limp and floppy, you want it stiff, I see. I'm just having a look at the photos. I mean, it's quite difficult to see. I mean, I can see the belt that you're talking about with the bow on it.
Yes.
So
if they hadn't unstitched it, the the bow would still be intact and the belt would still be behind it.
Have you taken the dress back to the shop where you bought it from to ask for their view on what's going on with it?
No, I haven't. I've sort of avoided that part of it because I didn't really know where I stood. I wasn't sure on what the rules and regulations were. Well, I can take it back to them.
Well, I think we need to find out why that part of the dress has been damaged. Has it been damaged by the shop removing the belt, or has it been removed because the label that is in the dress had suggested it could be dry cleaned when in actual fact it can't be? That's what this comes down to. I think what we need to do to start with, is we need to go and have a word with the dry cleaner themselves. Yes. We need to ask them. Now, Miles, I presume you know a thing or two more than I do about ladies' dresses.
I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I think I've bought one once.
You bought one dress, not for you.
No, not for me.
Not for you,
for a partner. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, can we go and have a word with the dry cleaning company? Can we just say to them what's gone on? Because it seems like the story has changed. Mm. Have they at least managed to get the stain out of it, Mandy?
No, they didn't re-clean it. So I've still got the mark in it.
So they've just kept it in the shop and done nothing with it.
Yeah.
And then 6 weeks later said to you, "Oh yeah, we can't clean it." I mean, okay. Well, we need to try and find out what's going on, don't we? This is ridiculous. Can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. Let's start with them, and if necessary, we'll get the retailer involved. And it may well be that in order to satisfactorily resolve this, you're going to have an independent person look at the dress to establish exactly what's going on. How much is the dress worth?
£595.
£595.
That was what it was worth, but I got it in a sale. I didn't pay that much.
What matters is how much you paid for it.
Okay, I paid £250.
£250. Okay. And is the dress repairable or not?
I think the belt is repairable, yes. And my partner said to me to get it re-cleaned elsewhere to see if they could get the creases out of it, make it look a bit more nicer.
Yes. Okay. So you're satisfied with it being repaired as long as it's repaired properly?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, that seems perfectly reasonable. Miles, I'm going to pass Mandy back. Can we get some detail, please?
Of course we can.
Okay. Hang on there, please, Mandy. We will see if we can work some magic. Jacqueline moved house in June. She went online to change the address on her driving licence, as well as that of her husband and her 2 children, who at the time had provisional licences. Well, the driving licences for her family members all came back with the changed address perfectly well. But Jacqueline came to me because she said, "I'm still waiting for mine."
Mine didn't arrive. It seemed to go through okay, just like theirs. And when I looked into it, it had selected me for a security check. And I had to return my old licence with a print off from the internet before they would send me out my new one. So I duly did that. I posted it a couple of weeks later once I'd realised. And I haven't had it back yet, basically. And I've been through the ringer a little bit trying to get through. There's a 10-week delay, which I did know about, receiving postal applications. So I got through in July on the telephone, and they said to me that they were still dealing with it. So they deal with it strictly date order that they receive their post. And I needed to allow 10 weeks before I could chase it. So that's what I did. So the 10 weeks were up at the beginning of September. And ever since then, I literally cannot get through.
Well, I promised Jacqueline I would get hold of them, and indeed I did just that. Spoke to a very nice lady. Jacqueline's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jacqueline.
Hello,
Jacqueline. So the lady said to me, she said, "Look, we don't just do random checks on driving licences." She said, "There would have been a reason," and as I mentioned to you last time, it was quite funny, the conversation, because she was kind of talking in riddles because she couldn't be specific about your case. So she was kind of trying to drop me hints as to what might have gone on, and I had to read between the lines. Transpires, to cut a long story short, the reason they'd selected you for being in need of providing more evidence is that your passport had expired. So as a result of your passport expiring, they couldn't use that as proof of identity in the same way that they could do for your husband and your kids. So that's why they then asked for more information. Now, again, talking in riddles, she then suggested that the information they'd requested, for whatever reason, they hadn't received. So to cut a long story short, she said they were in contact with you, everything should be sorted out, and they were going to get your licence out to you. But they were keen to stress that this was not a case. And to be fair to the DVLA, they are normally pretty good at, holding their hands up. When there's been a bit of an administrative cock-up, they're normally quite good at holding their hands up and apologising. They said, in this case, we don't really think we've done anything wrong, but we are now in communication with Jacqueline and we are going to get it resolved and we are going to get her licence. So what's happened since we last spoke, Jacqueline?
Well, I had my licence.
Hey.
It arrived on late Thursday afternoon.
Great.
And like I explained when I first rang through, I knew the procedures were correct, annoying but correct. My issue was I couldn't get through, and I made 52 phone calls and I couldn't get through at all different times of the day. And the email that I sent, they didn't reply back to me with an answer.
Yeah.
So I thought I couldn't chase it. That was my main problem. I couldn't get through to find out what was happening.
And as I said to you last time, there is a very specific code in terms of press 1 for this, press 5 for that, press 2 for this, that you have to go through with the DVLA to actually speak to a human being. Now, I'm going to work on the basis that you were doing that code correctly, but I know myself, having tried to get hold of the DVLA, and I made this joke last week, you kind of almost have to be Alan Turing to crack the code.
It is difficult, and to
yeah.
be honest with you, in those 52 phone calls I made, most of them were just literally didn't even get through to that part.
Yeah.
It was very few times I actually got through to select a thing.
You've now got your new licence.
I do.
Your licence will be valid for quite a few years, one would hope.
No,
So-
Jonathan, I actually showed my husband when it turned up. So obviously I only changed it purely to change my address, as
Yes.
we legally should do. It expires next year.
Oh, no, you've got to go through the whole process again. I was going to say to you, at least you're not going to have to do this again for a while. Oh, no.
I know, but my passport's now back, because I had the same issue with my passport, that it was caught up in all the backlog. So that's back, so I shouldn't have the problem again.
So hopefully it'll be... I'm just checking my driving licence. When does my licence... Oh, yes. Well, I won't be far behind you, to be honest. There we go. Look, if you do have any other problems next year, just come back to me and we'll do our best to sort it out for you. But I will thank the DVLA for getting you your licence. You're now all above board and legal.
I am.
You can go about your business.
Grateful.
It's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Any other problems, you know where we are. Maria came to me some time ago. She said that she'd ordered a new back door. It was going to cost about £2,500. To be fair, it was a back door with a window as well, but even so, lot of money. She paid a deposit of £575. Now, that was all back in September of last year. Its delivery was delayed, and when it did finally turn up in mid-October, well, Maria said just about everything was wrong with it.
The window didn't fit properly. The infill that should have clipped the door and the window together was too small, but they managed to clip it together by leaving gaps on each side. And then, we found that it was cream inside and out, but I said, that's okay, I can live with that. But when it came to the door panel, it was white inside and outside and the wrong design.
Well, the manager of the company apparently came out to have a look and said that he was going to replace the door. When he was organising for the door to be replaced, Maria said the weather was dreadful, and while they're doing all the work, all the weather was coming in through the gap in the back of the property, and she said it was just a nightmare. And then the new replacement door wasn't any better. It still had loads of problems. So she came to me and said, I just don't know what to do with this. This is just a disaster. Well, I'd like to be able to say from that moment on, the company were brilliant and they got things sorted out. I can't say that because it's just been an absolute fiasco. The company concerned is a company called DG Solutions, based in Hainault Business Park in Essex. I went off to have a word with them, and they came back and they said, OK, well, what we're going to do, we are going to replace the door again. We're going to replace the door this time with a composite door, which, to be honest, would probably have been a better option for Maria anyway. They then took forever to get this door through. Now, to be fair to them, we know that obviously during the pandemic there have been a lot of problems in terms of trying to get hold of stuff. But the communication has not been brilliant over the whole period of time. When the door finally did turn up, and when the door was installed, and that was a bit of an ordeal in itself, Maria said that she was still really dissatisfied with various elements of it. There was some damage to one of the window panels. There are marks all over the frame, or on certain parts of the frame anyway. The threshold was back to front, so if it had rained, all the water would have come into the house. Just a whole load of problems. Just not good enough at all. And I'll be honest with you, I've made it very clear to DG Solutions that I'm not very impressed with the way this has all been handled. Now, they said that they were going to get their fitter to come back and to redo the outstanding issues. However, they were supposed to do that last week. Again, they let Maria down because they said they hadn't managed to get hold of the threshold. So we're very much hoping that things have changed since we last spoke to Maria. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maria.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Now, I'd like to be able to say that I've had a response from DG Solutions, but they haven't responded to my emails, which is getting very, very frustrating. And throughout the whole of this, I just cannot understand why they have handled this situation from my perspective as badly as they appear to have done. However, I gather you've heard something. What's the latest? Bring us up to speed, Maria.
Well, a very, very nice young lady rang me Thursday afternoon to try and make an appointment for the fitter to come either Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday. Well, we said Tuesday would be the best day because I've got dentists, doctors and lots of other things going on. Mm-hmm. And so I said, I need to know whether it's AM or PM because I keep hanging around day in, day out, waiting for them. And she said, right, I'll ring you back. She rang me back and said it will be PM, but she would have confirmed with me on Friday. I've not heard, but as far as I know, they're coming tomorrow afternoon.
Right. Fine.
Yeah.
Well, I say fine. Mm-hmm. What I actually mean is let's cross our fingers, our legs, and anything else that is capable of crossing. And let's just hope that when they turn up, they've firstly got all of the parts they need, and also...
They've assured me they have.
Right. Well, yeah, but I mean...
Yeah.
I don't know, my faith...
With all the damage that I've got, I wouldn't be surprised if it's, yeah. Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed, as you said.
Well, absolutely. Let's try and be positive. Let's hope that when they turn up, they have got all of the stuff. I mean, I'm still not 100% confident that they're going to be able to resolve every issue with the door, because having looked at the photos, and I've shared the photos on Twitter with my listeners, you know, some of the photos demonstrate that the door has been touched up. There's been obviously some damage or some scratches to it, and they've touched it up.
Well, no, it's not. The door's not been touched up.
No, the frame.
It's the window that's been touched up. That's a real mess.
What is that actually on the window frame?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So
but, you know, I don't know what they can do about it. There's quite a few marks here and there that need touching up, and I don't know how well they're going to be able to do it.
Well, as I said to you last time we spoke, I think the best that we can now do is to try and get the door as good as it can be.
Yes.
And then I think a conversation needs to be had with the company, because you were saying, you know, you're just exhausted by all of this now.
I am.
And I completely understand why. And you don't want this dragging on for them to, you know, to start replacing the door again.
Oh, I couldn't face it.
It's just be an absolute blooming nightmare. So what then needs to happen is when they finally got the door as good as they possibly can, they then, I think... And the window. They then need to look at the total amount that they're still waiting for from you. Yeah. And they need to take into account the issues that you've still got with that door. But that's a conversation really to be had when everything has been done as well as it can be done. Now, Chris came to me. Chris was telling me in October 2019, he booked flights to go to Australia to get married to his fiancée. They were due to travel on the 26th of September 2020, but because of coronavirus, they couldn't go. Well, Chris eventually did get married, but they changed the location to Gretna Green. Well, in the meantime, Chris had requested a refund of more than £2,100 from the travel agent that he used to book the flights through. But he came to me because he was saying he still hadn't received a penny.
We thought, COVID's going to blow over, with nothing to worry about. We booked with a credit card, so we covered travel insurance. That was 15, 16 months ago, and we've still not had a refund. We booked it through an online flight agent. And what they're saying is they can't refund us until they're refunded from the airlines.
Well, an awful lot of this depends on who Chris's contract is actually with. Now, generally speaking, and as I said on the programme when Chris first told the story, your contract is with the company whose name appears on either your credit card statement or your bank statement. The company that has taken your money is the company that you have a contract with. Now, Chris was saying that he'd booked these flights through the online travel agency Apodo, and he said that Apodo were the ones that had taken the money. Now, we sought some advice from a guy called Adam French who works for Which. He, thankfully, a bit of a sigh of relief for me, he backed up my advice and said, yes, absolutely, your contract where, in this particular case, your contract would be with the company whose name appears on the credit card statement. In this case, it's Apodo, and Adam was saying that, therefore, Apodo are the ones that need to refund Chris, and then if anybody is due to be having an argument over money, it should be Apodo arguing it out with those airlines to try and get the money back for themselves. So Chris was going to go off and have a little look at his credit card statement just to check everything and just make sure that everything was as we understood it to be. And we've been holding back before reapproaching Apodo just to make sure that indeed it is their name on the credit card statement. Now, I understand, Miles, there's a potential, not a huge, but a potential issue.
Yes, so when Chris went and checked his bank statement, or his credit card statement, it turns out that 3 payments have been taken.
Yeah.
2 of them do have the airline name on as well as Apodo's.
Yeah.
So they're 2 payments for £402.30.
Yeah.
But there is also a larger payment for £1,340.89 that just says Apodo on it. So it's not quite as straightforward as we might have thought.
Now, I'll be honest with you, Chris. I think there could potentially be an issue in terms of getting the money back from the 2 payments that include the airline name on them. Because the airline's terms and conditions apparently, and this is not a British-based airline, I should point out. This is an airline from another country. Their policy is that they offer vouchers.
Yes.
So it may well be that those 2 payments that include the airline's name on your credit card statement, it may well be that the best you can possibly hope for is a voucher for the airline, or with the airline, for a future flight. However, I still believe that the largest payment, the one made for £1,380, that simply shows on your credit card as, is it apodo.com or apodo.co.uk? I can't remember how it shows.
It says apodo.com UK London.
Right, okay. As far as I'm concerned, that surely demonstrates that your contract, certainly for that particular part of the amount, is with Apodo. And therefore, Apodo are the ones that need to be refunding you that money. Was it a surprise to you when you went back and looked at the credit card statement that the airline name was on there?
Hello, Jonathan. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Although I saw the airline name there, but yeah, it's got Apodo London. It's very confusing. I mean, I can't understand how they can. Well, since then I've spoken to people, but I made 1 payment. I put my credit card details in once, and yet they've sort of subcontracted it out, if you like. You know, I didn't think that was kosher.
But no. There's nothing that is not kosher. about a booking agent booking the flight directly with an airline and your card being charged directly by the airline.
Right,
In that case, your contract is with the airline. But obviously, when a credit card company, if I was running JVS Travel Agents, and if you pay me £2,000 to book you flights, and I take your money, and then I go separately and I book you your flights, your contract is with me, and my contract is with the airline or the supplier that I then buy those flights from on your behalf. But your contract is with me.
Yeah.
If, however, I act as an intermediary, and if I ultimately, on the phone, find you the best flights, and then arrange for those airlines to take the money from you, your contract is with the airlines, it's not with me.
Right.
It would appear in this case, the way that you've booked the flights and the fact that it obviously involves a few different airlines, some of the contract appears to be directly with the airlines, and the rest of it is with Apodo, who've booked it on your behalf. So that's why I think ideally you should get all of the money back from Apodo, but I think worst case scenario you should still get 1,380 odd back from Apodo, and the rest should be in a voucher form from the airlines directly.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Now I know that you have you've explored the idea of a Section 75 claim. Have you spoken to the credit card company again since we last spoke?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, I think you need to do that, and I think you need to push for the fact that you want the £1,380 back, because your contract is clearly with Apodo. In the meantime, we will go and give them another opportunity to come back to us with a response on that particular issue. And can we ask the question, Miles, why have they split it into these 3 separate payments? Yep. You know, it does appear it's a bit strange that 2 of the payments include the airline name and Apodo.
Yeah.
And then the largest of the 3 payments is just with Apodo UK.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a shock when you first saw that if you thought you just paid in one lump sum, wouldn't it?
Well, yes, but you see, it's very crucial, and it's something for people to be aware of, because obviously people are trying to get money back from airlines left, right and centre, and have been for some time. Just be aware, typically it's whoever took your money, that's who you have the contract with. And if on your bank statement or on your credit card statement it shows the name of the airline, it's the airline you need to speak to. If it shows the name of a travel agent, it's the travel agent you need to speak to. And if it shows a combination of both, well, you get the idea. Chris, look, let's leave it there. We will go back to Apodo. You talk to the credit card and we'll take it from there, OK?
Just a matter of... the credit card company categorically told me that because it's through an agent, they've no clout. You know, they can't do anything with the Section 75. So
Well, look, they've got a choice then. They can either stick to that, or you will take them to the Financial Ombudsman Service.
Right, yep.
So, you know, I think if I were in your position at this point, I would go back to them one last time and say, I've sought some advice. Yeah. The advice is that my contract was with Apodo, certainly for the payment of £1,380. Now, you seem to be suggesting I can't do a Section 75 claim. The advice I have received is that's not correct. So are you prepared to readdress that? Or, if you're not, you're going to leave me with no alternative but to involve the Ombudsman. I think just give them that opportunity. It may well be that they decide at that point to look at it again.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Let's leave it there for now. Chris, we will speak to you very soon. Stephanie's on the line. Hello, Stephanie.
Hello.
Hello, Stephanie. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so we decided to move house. The house that we were currently in was a bit big for us, and our children no longer went to the local school. So put our house on the market and sold. Then went on a comparison website to look for a removal company. We'd been caught out in the past with, like companies. So
very, very important. I need to just say this now. Very, very important when you are moving house to use a good, local, reputable company. You are asking a company to move every single possession you have ever worked hard for to buy. You are asking them to transport every single possession you own from one place to another. You need to make sure that you use a good, local, reputable company, preferably one that you've used before, or a company that your friends or neighbours can recommend who've all had very good experiences. You need to be very careful because there are some removals companies out there that you certainly would not trust with your possessions, and you need to make sure that you're not accidentally using one of them.
Yeah, definitely. So the first the first company named turned out to be a local company actually. So I contacted them, arranged for a quote to be done. Originally did a video tour, but because as I said, we'd been caught out in the past, I actually then asked for them to send somebody out to do a tour round and give us a price. Made it very clear that I wanted everything to move with us at the same time because this had been a problem in the past. We'd had to leave stuff behind and go back, and we'd been charged again. So the guy that came round, it was actually the owner of the company, was reassuring, no, it's absolutely fine. Everything will move. Mm-hmm. We can help pack if you need us to. We'll dismantle and rebuild at your new property.
Okay. And did you do your due diligence and look this company up and make sure that all their customers are really happy with them?
So all of their reviews were 5 out of 5.
Great.
I actually knew somebody when I was talking to a friend who'd actually moved. He knew like the owner, so I thought, oh, excellent. They're local. He's reassured me. Said I've got.
That's a good sign. That's a good sign. That the thing, and this is kind of separate to your complaint. The thing I just want to reiterate for everyone listening: please don't start just finding companies you've never heard of to move your possessions. The job is too important, and the consequences of things going wrong are so immense. I would hate for some of the stories I've dealt with recently, some of which I can't talk about on the programme anymore, but I would hate for anybody to have awful, awful experiences with companies, and there are some awful experiences. But this firm, they're local, they've got a good reputation, you're saying. Yeah. You know someone who knows the guy that runs the company, they've got good reviews. It sounds like a good company to do business with. How much were they going to charge you to move all of your stuff?
So the original price from the video tour was just under £1,500. The guy then came out and
£1,500 to move an entire. How big is the house?
A 6-bed, but the quote changed. It went up to 2,100 when he'd come round and actually seen all of our belongings. So I booked him. We then obviously waited and eventually got our move-in date.
Just out of interest, because again, this seems like a very small amount of money in the grand scheme of things that you were being asked to pay for a 6-bedroom house move. How far, just out of interest, how far were you moving?
Probably about 5 minutes or so down the road.
Okay, fine. Okay, that makes more sense then in terms of why you were looking at that kind of amount.
Yeah, it wasn't far. So,
okay.
So as far as I was concerned, we were all good to go. We'd actually, in between times, sold some gym equipment that we had. We'd got a treadmill and the like, sold them. So I was feeling very comfortable and confident that come moving day, everything was going to fit in the lorry, and we'd move to our new property and there would be no problems. Come moving day, a transit van and a Luton box van arrive.
Oh gosh.
And that was the vehicles that he decided were adequate to move a 6-bed house.
But what did it say in all the paperwork you'd received in the run up to it? Because I presume they had done a full inventory of what they were expected to move on that day.
Yeah, the quote was just so it was done in cubic feet. So I'd emailed them and asked them like what vehicle would turn up and how many people, and he just said that because the quote had changed, obviously. So he said that he'd quoted us on, I think it was 1,800 cubic feet, and there would be a minimum of 3 removal people. So I guess I'd wrongly assumed, taken for granted, that a lorry would turn up to move our belongings, given the size of the property. And, he'd looked around the whole house, the garage, the garden. I'd been very specific with what we were taking. So was very shocked and worried, on the day when what turned up was actually, smaller than what we could have hired ourselves to move ourselves.
And this is concerning because it's ringing some alarm bells with another case that I've dealt with. So in terms of them turning up on the day with the transit and the Luton van on the day of your move, that must have been quite a shock. What did you say to them at the time, and what was agreed at the time?
So when they arrived, my husband was showing them around, and I just said, "You've got to be kidding! You cannot seriously have just bought those two vehicles. This is it's a 6-bed house. We have a lot of sort of junk that we've taken with us, and our garage was full."
But you did say you were downsizing. So what had been?
Yes.
So this is why it's so crucial that it was all outlined in writing as to what their understanding was of what you were planning to take. Because if you're moving, for example, from a 6-bedroom house to a 1-bedroom flat, the chances are you would be getting rid of a lot of stuff before the moving day.
Yeah. Oh, no, he knew. I'd walked around and I'd literally pointed. He knew exactly what was coming with it.
What does it say in writing in terms of what was coming with you? You said it was in cubic metres.
Yeah,
How many
it's
cubic
just done in
metres?
cubic feet. It was 1,800 cubic feet.
1,800 cubic feet.
Yeah, that was what's on the quote.
Right. I don't think that's very much, is it?
I don't know as far as cubic feet, which is why I'd got the removal guy to come round the house so I could physically show him everything that was coming, so he could see what was coming. Like our furniture and our belongings, and like clothes, everything. So he'd physically seen it all himself. Obviously, I'm not a removals person. I don't know what fits in what size vehicles.
Well, that would be just for a comparison. So 1,800 cubic feet is about 51 cubic metres.
Okay.
51 cubic metres. Now, that will probably mean more to some of my listeners, particularly those that work in the removals industry. I'm trying to think whether... I'm not sure whether it would mean much to your average person. I presume it didn't mean anything to you, Stephanie, because it didn't ring any alarm bells beforehand.
No, it didn't at all. But that's why I got him to come, because I don't, I work in a special school. I drive a car. I have no idea what will fit in what vehicle.
But you're never going to get 51 cubic metres in a Luton van and a transit van, are you?
No.
So,
and I've been very specific when I met him that I wanted everything to come with us. I didn't want to leave anything behind and have to go back.
Yeah.
Because that, I found that really stressful when we'd originally moved. That whole leaving stuff and apologising to the new owners that you've got to come back and they can't move in. They couldn't use the garage because we'd have to leave stuff in it. And I was very clear when he looked round that I needed everything to go all together. That when we jumped in our cars and they jumped in their lorry, that all of us would move. Everything we owned would be in that vehicle, and obviously we'd put bits, more.
I've never, to be honest with you, I've never heard anything other than that until the last few months, when this story you're telling sounds distinctly like another story I've dealt with. I mean, it's just par for the course. On removals day, the removals company has to move everything you're taking, because I can tell you something now. If I was moving into a property and the previous owners had left a whole load of stuff, I'm not prepared for them to start coming back the next day and carrying on with the move. Yeah. They've got that day. You have to be out of your property. End of.
Yeah.
Right, so what were they planning to do on the day then, when they turned up and it was very evident the vehicles, there was no way they were going to get your stuff in them?
No, so the 3 guys that came were saying, don't worry, we'll get everything moved today. I rang the company and spoke to a member of staff, and she said, I haven't heard anything from the team leader that there's a problem. So I said, well, I don't suppose he thinks there's a problem, but I have a problem because my belongings should be leaving this house all at the same time. That's what I want, and that's what I, requested. They then said they'd send another vehicle, but kept saying that it was going to be delayed because they needed to get fuel. It didn't actually turn up, I think, until about 2:00 in the afternoon. So luckily, the house we were buying, the vendor rang and said if we wanted to go and collect a key, she was out, before the actual official solicitor's call. So I went to the new property in my car with my daughter, and the two vans came to unload. But my husband and son were back at our old property, bringing furniture down and boxes down from, it was a 3-story house. They were doing the removals at the old house, waiting for the empty vehicles to turn up to reload again. 4 times those vehicles went backwards and forwards. And then my car went back 3 times. And I paid for that service, and...
So they did manage to move you with all of your possessions on the day.
Yes.
But it was done in dribs and drabs, and as a result of the way that it was done, your husband and your son were having to do a lot of the actual heavy lifting work.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter was helping well until she then came, because then she came with me to the new property, so that she was then directing me at the new property. But had they not helped, our sale went through at 10:15 in the morning. We no longer owned that house. But had we not helped, we'd have probably not been out until, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night.
And were the new owners not outside the house getting very frustrated?
Well, no, fortunately, our new owners were in rented, and they'd got that property until Saturday. So he was because I said, look, we're not ready. We've had 2 vehicles turn up instead of a lorry. And he said, look, it's fine. Just, text me when, you're ready to go, and we'll come and collect the key. But exactly that, though, Jonathan, if that was somebody coming from another property, their lorry was sitting there waiting with their belongings. The 2 vans had only emptied 2 rooms and some of our garage.
Well, I mean, it seems ridiculous. So what has the company said afterwards? Because obviously they did manage to get all your stuff out eventually, but it sounds like it was not the service that you were expecting.
No.
What have they offered you, and what have you asked for?
So I said, because I said the guys that helped us on the day were brilliant, and I signed the thing, and I said, look, I'm going to have to complain because this is unacceptable. And they were in
Sorry, hang on. You just said something that was really crucial. I need to just find out what you mean by it. You said you signed the thing.
So basically, there was basically, when we were in, I had to sign to say that they hadn't damaged anything. Like that all of my belongings had been moved from the house. And
but did you?
Nothing had been damaged.
On that contract, please tell me you put a note, a disclaimer note, to say, however, you were very unhappy with the way that the move had taken place. There were insufficient vehicles that had arrived, and you would therefore be raising this.
No, I said to the guy that I was going to make an official complaint.
But you didn't put that on the paper. So they've got a signed form from you that they would be able to say was a satisfaction note.
Well, no, the form just said that nothing had been damaged. It was just a tick box that they hadn't damaged any of my property.
Well, again, just as a bit of advice for you and other people, if ever you're put in that position, do not, if you know that you are really unhappy with the way that things have gone and you're going to take things further, do not sign forms. And if you are going to sign a form, put on the form the complaint that you have, date it and initial it, so that at no point will they ever be able to refer back to paperwork and use that as an argument that they asked whether you were satisfied on the day, you said you were, and you signed the form.
Right.
So what are they now saying?
So I emailed the company on the Saturdays, basically saying what we were unhappy about, that, he'd offered me a service that he couldn't fulfil, that I didn't feel he should have. If he knew he didn't have the vehicles, then he should have said that at the time, that he looked around and said, I'm sorry, it's not, the job's too big for us. I said that my husband and daughter had been moving boxes and furniture, and we'd done over 25% of the work. So I asked for a 25% refund on the money that we'd paid out, and sent it to the email address that I'd been corresponding with the whole time. And on the Tuesday, got a reply from that email address to say that I'd sent my complaint to the wrong email address, but it was okay. She'd forwarded it on, and I should hear within 5 days. 5 days came and went, so I sent another email to the customer services address.
What is their response? What have they responded now?
Nothing.
What, so they haven't addressed the complaint at all?
No, they haven't even acknowledged me.
Are they a member, and this is the other bit of advice I'd always give, always use a removals company that is a member of one of the removals trade bodies so that you have an added level of protection. If things go wrong, you can involve that trade body as well. Are they a member of, for example, the British Association of Removers?
No.
They're not?
No, because I contacted them before I contacted you guys at Three Counties. I went to BAR and he did a search, and no, they're not.
Right, okay. Well, I'm very grateful to you for coming to the programme, apart from anything else, because it's given me an opportunity just to throw out a little bit of general advice for other people listening. Yeah. Because I have dealt with recently a truly horrible case involving a removals company. And this is not to diminish your complaint at all, Stephanie, but thank goodness you got your stuff.
Yeah.
Because with the other family and regular listeners will know, and I can't go into too much detail, but there was another case where the family were moving a long way away, and a similar kind of scenario. The company turned up with little vans and ended up turning up with more and more and more little vans, and then the company just disappeared with the entire family's possessions. And then held those possessions ransom until they had got thousands and thousands of pounds out of the customer. Right. So you've got to be so careful when you are choosing a removals company. You've got to make sure that you really are dealing with a company that you're not going to have problems with, because, your day sounds very stressful. It sounds as if you've paid money for a very stressful experience and you've ended up having to do a whole load of the work. I mean, what would you have done if your husband and son weren't there?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's what I said to one of the removals guys. I said, if we hadn't have helped, what then? And he said that they'd done a removal the previous day, and it was a 3-bed semi, he said, and it was gone 8 o'clock at night before they were out of the property, which is unacceptable. People, we were fortunate that our buyer wasn't pushing us, but you can't offer a service where you can't. We could have hired a bigger lorry ourselves. My husband's a lorry driver. We could have done it a lot cheaper, but I was like, no.
So hang on a second. If your husband's a lorry driver, what does he say about 51 cubic metres? Is that the amount you would need for a lorry for?
I don't know. I mean, we just, again, assuming, we never should, but, that they would turn up in a vehicle big enough. I think when you think of removals, your husband,
he's a lorry driver. He knows about this kind of stuff. Did he look at the paperwork and did he see 51 cubic metres?
No, I didn't show the paperwork. I just said that I found a company and that I knew someone who knew them. And
okay. I mean, I've had a text in from OC that says, Jonathan, a calculation shows that 51 cubic metres would need a vehicle that's 6 foot by 6 foot by 30 foot. Well, if it's 30 foot long, then surely that's a lorry, isn't it?
Yeah.
OC says a Pantechnicon. I mean, I presume a Pantechnicon is a lorry, is it? I don't know. No, hang on. Pantechnicon. Oh. Hang on, Pantechnicon vehicle. Let me try that instead. And what does that actually involve? Yeah, I mean, okay. So a Pantechnicon is what looks to me like a proper lorry that you would move a house with.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that may well be our opportunity to really take this up very vigorously with the company, because if in writing it states that you should have been expecting a vehicle like that, and in fact they turned up with a Luton box van and a transit van, they were never going to get your stuff in there.
No.
So why did they let you down on the day? Let's see what we can do. What I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail, please, Miles.
Yes.
Let's go and have a word with this company.
Find out what's going on.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Stephanie, listen, leave it with us. I'll pass you back to Miles now and we'll get some more detail. Okay. Hello, Nabila.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Nabila. I hope you are too. I gather you have a consumer problem, though. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. So me and my fiance, he proposed in April, just when the first stage of the lockdown opening was happening. So we went to a hill and he proposed there. And then we spoke to my parents. And my mother, she really wanted us to get married immediately. So that summer, after Freedom Day had happened. And so we were like, okay, let's do that. And then we tried desperately to plan a wedding, but it was quite difficult because neither of us had any experience or knowledge of how to plan a wedding or what to do.
You say your mum wanted you to get married straight away. I mean, surely it's down to you when you get married, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but she was putting a lot of... she just really was keen for us to get married because I'm a Muslim, and in my religion, you're not supposed to live together until you get married, and she kind of wanted us to start our lives together.
Oh, right. Okay. And you wanted to live together?
Yes. But obviously I'll tell you, like, that didn't happen. So basically in the process, we had to find a venue, but because it went crazy in the summer because all of the weddings that were booked in 2020 were then rescheduled to 2021, as well as all the people that would have gotten married in the winter couldn't get married during the lockdown. So everybody was just getting married at that time. So it was kind of, we were ringing up venues and ringing up vendors, and they were just saying, we're booked up.
Yeah.
We're booked up.
Yeah.
But eventually we were going to have a simple wedding. We were going to get married in a registry office, and then the job was to find a venue for the reception afterwards. But we booked a photographer that I saw on social media that I really liked, and I thought her work was really good. So I booked her.
So hang on a second, just so I understand. So you did find a venue, albeit it was a registry office?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
So the date of our original wedding was meant to be the 10th of July, and that was for the English civil ceremony, and the Asian wedding was going to be on the 24th of July, just because that was the earliest date we could find.
Oh, okay. So in effect, you needed two weddings. You needed to have the formal English ceremony and then the big kind of Indian affair.
Yes.
Right, okay. And were they both going to be done kind of on the same day, or how does it work?
No, so the English ceremony was going to be on the 10th of July, and the Asian wedding was going to take place on the 24th of July.
Okay. And how many people? I mean, obviously in the registry office, it's normally a little bit constrained in terms of how many people can come. How many people were expected at the Asian wedding?
We were hoping 130 for the Asian wedding. For the registry office, it would be about 30 to 40 because it was quite small. But we were having issues finding a venue for the reception. And then what happened was Freedom Day got delayed, so we couldn't even do the English wedding in the way that we wanted to. Yeah. Because we ended up upgrading the venue for the same date. We managed to find our dream venue. It was a miracle, actually. We found our dream venue for the 10th of July. But what happened was, because Freedom Day was extended, a lot of the same restrictions still applied. And we just thought, well, we're going to be spending a lot of money on this wedding. We're not going to be able to have the amount of guests we want. His family, he's half Greek. They can't come over. My friends from other countries can't come over. There's just no point doing it this way, because everything was predicated on Freedom Day happening when it did, but it didn't. So we asked, as soon as the venue came back to us and said to us, Freedom Day has been delayed, these are the plans that we've had to make for it. That was on the Friday, the 18th of June. We spoke to the photographer, and she seemed really understanding on the phone.
Oh, so hang on a second. Okay, so it was on the 18th of July you then decided you needed to cancel the big wedding?
No, 18th of June.
18th of June, okay.
Freedom Day was delayed, so we had to wait for our venue to tell us what the plans would be. like what the new plans would be, because there were still restrictions, because all of our wedding planning was predicated on Freedom Day being on the 2nd of July or whatever it was.
Right. And had you already put down a deposit for the venue and for the photographer and everything else?
Yeah, so we put down deposits for a number of vendors, including the photographer. So we had to put a 50% deposit on the photographer, which I didn't realise was not normal. Would you like to know the cost of how much we paid?
Yes, please.
So the total cost was £2,850 for a 2-day wedding and videography package, and the deposit paid was 50%, so that was £1,425.
Okay, and what were the terms of the deposit in terms of if you needed to cancel?
So it said that if there's a lockdown or lockdown restrictions, then you can move the date. And it says something about you have to give 4 weeks' notice, but we couldn't do that because of the government. Like the government, they delayed until the very last minute to tell us what was going to happen. And when I spoke to her on the phone, she seemed understanding. But then I got an email that same day saying your event's been cancelled and I'm keeping your deposit and I'm not going to reschedule it to the following year.
Why?
She said to me, I don't know. Well, she said to me that she's already paid her contractors. She's lost a lot of money from COVID. She's lost so much money from this business, and a lot of people wanted my dates, and that we've messed her about. And I said to her, I understand that a lot of people have lost business, but if COVID has affected all of us, and we're not trying to cancel the booking, we just want to move it to the following year because Freedom Day wasn't as expected. And she told me that there's no lockdown and that she's still doing weddings.
Well, I think that's potentially the problem with this, isn't it? Because if ultimately the terms of the deposit were that the deposit was refundable if a lockdown was in place at the time, meaning you couldn't actually get married, then you'd get the money back. But it sounds to me as if actually on the date of the 24th of July, when you were due to have the big wedding, where you wanted the photographer there, the wedding could go ahead. It's just it couldn't go ahead with the number of people that you wanted to be there.
Well, it was the 2 dates. It was the 10th and the 24th of July. And the 10th did have a lot of restrictions on, like a lot.
What were the restrictions? Could you still have got married on the 10th of July, albeit with a very small number of people there?
Yes. Right. But that was the case for the whole of lockdown. Like, even during the peak of lockdown, you could do that with theoretically 6 people.
Okay.
But all of our other wedding vendors, they were very accommodating, and they were like, we totally understand.
Okay. So this photographer has said that, as far as she's concerned, you were cancelling too late, the wedding could go ahead, and she wasn't prepared to give you the £1,425 back.
Yes, and here's this. So I sent the email. She sent me the email on the 18th. I've tried to reschedule on the 18th of June, and that was on a Friday. And the following Sunday, she sent me an email saying that she'll try and make a deal with me, saying that she'll give me £700. She'll keep £700 off the deposit, and then she'll move £700 of that deposit to next year, but her prices will increase, so I'll end up paying more, and that I had until the end of the day to reply and accept this offer. Otherwise, she was going to cancel the whole thing and try and pursue me for the rest of the money. And that just really shocked me, because I felt like she was trying to blackmail me at that point.
Yes, well, I mean, the thing is that you and indeed everyone else needs to realise, when you enter into a contract with somebody, so in this case a photographer, when you put down a deposit, you are entering into an agreement with that person. Now, if you decide to cancel the contract, if you decide to tear up the contract and walk away, which is what you are kind of trying to do, in the eyes of the law, the person who was going to be providing the contract is entitled to the full amount that they are owed. Many people don't realise this. I've had people before, for example, who have gone to a car showroom and they've put down a deposit on a car, and they've then pulled out of buying the car, and the car dealer has said to them, well, we now want you to buy that car. You agreed to buy the car, you need to buy the car. So we would like, you to transfer us another £18,000 for the car, please. Now, thankfully, most car dealers don't do that. Most car dealers will either hold on to the deposit and say, well, we will settle with the deposit. We won't come after you for any more. Or some car dealers would give you the money back. But you should always assume you won't get a deposit back when you put it down. So if indeed you have broken the terms of the contract and this lady is entitled to insist that the contract was still able to be provided on that day, from a legal perspective, it may well be that she would be entitled to demand the full amount of money from you. Now, that would be a pretty smelly thing to do. It'd be a pretty smelly thing to do considering the situation at the time and the fact that coronavirus was having such a devastating impact, I'm sure, on her business, but also on just ordinary people trying to, in your case, get married. So that would be a very stinky thing to do. But theoretically, she could pursue you for the full amount that you owe. Now, at this stage, I don't know what the terms of the contract are. I would like to have a look at that. And I would like to also be absolutely aware of what restrictions were in place at the time that you called it for the wedding, and whether or not she is entitled to do what she has done. I know that there were all kinds of bits of legislation brought in regarding deposits and companies having to refund deposits. But it just depends on whether or not the terms of this cancellation would fulfil the requirements under that legislation. Have you consulted with a solicitor, Nabila?
Yes, I did consult with a solicitor.
Okay.
And he did email her a letter, but he tried to find like an address that he could officially send the letter to, but he wasn't able to find one.
Why? Because this photographer doesn't have a registered address?
Yes, and he said that there was, because I gave him the details of the account that I transferred the deposit to, and he says that there was some dodgy dealings with that, like it was under a different name or something. So he said that he thinks he has some of his own thoughts about what kind of business this person was operating.
Well, I have no knowledge of that, so I'd rather not speculate on anything to do with the address, but I'm sure that I can find an address for the photographer. If the photographer's based in the UK, I'm sure I'll be able to find her. I think what I need to do, there are several different things. I need to have a look at the contract. I need to see what were the terms. I need to familiarise myself with the situation from a lockdown perspective on the 18th of June, when you called that photographer to cancel the contract. And then we need to see whether that photographer is actually duty-bound to give you the money back or not. If she's not, and she's also not prepared to offer any alternative now at all, and I think that from a common sense perspective, that just seems a bit smelly, really, because most of the people I know have been very understanding throughout coronavirus, and they've recognised that none of the problems are their customers' problems either. So they've tried to work together with people. Now, I don't know whether, if, for example, worst case scenario, Nabila, if it turns out she is entitled to hang on to the deposit, I presume, would you still like to get £700 back and she holds on to the other 700 and then you rearrange the date for next year? Or do you feel as if the relationship between you and this photographer now is so soured that you don't want to use her anyway?
It would be the latter. I can't work with her anymore, I'm afraid.
Okay. So you want your money back, end of?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to make you any promises, but what I will do is pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. Can we try and track this lady down? I'll give her a call this afternoon.
Yeah, okay, I'll get onto that now.
And I'd just like to hear her side of the story and find out what's going on from her perspective. Can you do me a favour? Anybody listening to the programme that is able to, particularly any photographers, around the 18th of June, what were the restrictions for weddings? How many people could you have had, as things stood on the 18th of June, how many people could you have had to the wedding, Nabila?
I'm not sure. Maybe about maybe 30 or something.
I was going to say, that for me, that rings a bell in terms of, I remember there being that period of time where you could have 30 people at a wedding. Now,
yes.
30 people at the wedding, I mean, that would have been enough for the 10th of July, would it not? Give or take another 10?
Not really, because they've got quite big families, and it would have been a very sad occasion, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, if we planned a wedding thinking that we were going to have an unlimited number of guests, not restricted.
Yeah, but to be fair, you planned a wedding in the middle of a pandemic where everything was restricted. So there was always going to be, at the point where you decided to get married and you wanted to get married quite quickly, there was still a real chance that may not go ahead.
Yeah.
You know, so we have to be realistic. From your perspective, this wasn't something that came out of the blue. You decided in April of this year, when we were still in a lockdown, you decided to get married, and you wanted to get married quite quickly. Now, that was always going to be, you know, I've got lots of friends who've been looking at getting married over the last year or so. It's a big risk if you plan a wedding at the moment. You know, it's okay, it's less of a risk now, and hopefully that will continue into the winter, but there's still the potential that restrictions could come back into place. So there's certainly no guarantees. What we need to make sure happens is that everything is done fairly. You say that the photographer is unfairly hanging on to the deposit. I'm sure the photographer feels she is perfectly reasonable and entitled to do that. I need to find out where the truth lies in all of this. I'll pass you back to Miles. We'll have a look at that and we'll take it from there, OK? Now, Paul was having cancer surgery and couldn't cope with his petrol mower at the time, so in May of 2019, his mother-in-law very kindly bought him a new electric cordless mower that she thought would be easier for him to use. Well, Paul says that he hasn't really used the mower much, but when he did go to use it, it stopped working.
I went to use it, and literally as soon as it hit any length of grass, it suddenly made this ooh and stopped. It has occasionally done, you know, when it's long, sort of either sort of at the end of, you know, if I haven't cut it for a few weeks. But so I put it on the highest setting, and still nothing. It was ooh, it went.
Well, I mean, it should go a bit, but it should carry on going It shouldn't pack up, and that's exactly what was happening whenever Paul tried to use it. Paul's back on the JVS show. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Good morning. Yes, I'm marvellous. Thank you, Paul. Now, as you know, I went off to have a word with the television shopping channel your mother-in-law had purchased this lawnmower from. Just to reiterate how you stand as a consumer for any new listeners. When you purchase a product from a retailer in the United Kingdom, you are protected by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. The legislation prior to 2015 was called the Sale of Goods Act. In 2015 it was changed and it became the Consumer Rights Act. It states, the Consumer Rights Act, that any product you purchase must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time. Clearly, 2 years is not a reasonable amount of time. Who in their right mind would go out and spend hundreds of pounds on a lawnmower that just 2 years later would be absolutely useless? And your lawnmower, Paul, was useless, wasn't it? Because you had somebody look at it. You couldn't repair it. It needed to just be, you know, chucked and a new one purchased instead.
Yeah, basically he said sort of the part that had actually broken, which should have never broken, sort of on the amount of times I used it, was irreparable, and the whole unit would need to be replaced.
So fundamentally, the company have sold you a product that is clearly not of reasonable quality, and it hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. And unless they felt that you in some way had damaged the lawnmower, you'd abused it, you had misused it, they are duty-bound to help you. And that's very important that everyone understands that. And it's very important that retailers understand the rights that consumers have. So I went to explain all of this to the television shopping channel. Now, I'll be honest with you, Paul, and I've mentioned this once or twice before, they rather rudely have not responded to me at all. But I'm not going to be too precious about it, because they did get straight in touch with your mother-in-law, who is the customer. And indeed, they did agree that as long as you sent them over a copy of a report to confirm that the product had not been misused and had failed because of a poor quality manufacturing component, they would then be prepared to give you the money back. So, to be fair to them, they've agreed to get it sorted. You went and had an independent report carried out. That went off to them. What's happened since we spoke, Paul? Please tell me your mother-in-law has received the money back in her account and she's able to transfer it to you.
We're not quite there. We're about 9 steps out of 10. So we hadn't received any notification that they had acknowledged the return of the mower. So my mother-in-law phoned them last Friday, and she said it was a bit of a faff getting hold of them and then actually them looking on the record to see the history of all the to-in and fro-in. Eventually, using your good self, she sort of wasn't getting very far, and then she said, well, I need to give an update to a consumer programme on the BBC. So the chap at that point says, bear with me, madam, and wandered off and came back and said the accounts have authorised the refund payment and it should be within her account by this Friday. She doesn't have online banking and it means she's got to toddle into town, so she's going to go in on this Friday and confirm that the payment is there.
Right.
So we're very close.
Well, we are very close, but not close enough. And I would imagine, does your lawn not need a final cut before the winter?
It does, and I'm sort of looking out there at the moment and thinking, I get quite stressed about my lawn. So, yes. So, yeah, hopefully we're there.
Okay, well, we're nearly there. I mean, until the money's there in the account, we're not there at all. But I would hope that they are going to get that money through to you. What I would like to do, if obviously your mother-in-law is able to check first thing in the morning on Friday, can you please let me know and we'll update with you on Friday. If not, we'll speak to you on Monday. And if you still haven't got the money, or if your mother-in-law still hasn't got the money, I'm going to have to go back and have a word with them. And whether they like it or not, whether they want to talk to me or not, they're going to have to. Chris came to me. He was telling me that he'd sold a pair of earrings costing £8.99 on an internet auction site. Well, he sent these earrings using the recommended company to deliver them, and he has proof they were delivered. However, the buyer said they hadn't received them. And the internet auction site has given the buyer their money back.
The customer has opened a dispute to say the items weren't actually delivered, but I have a printout from the delivery service stating where and when it was delivered to, but the internet platform aren't actually accepting that as proof of delivery. I had a 4-hour online chat on the 3rd of October, I think it was the 3rd of October, trying to resolve this. The end result of that was they said, that is not an acceptable proof of delivery, and then the follow-up email said, I didn't provide tracking details in time.
Well, it's only $8.99, but this is a point of principle. Chris feels as if whoever bought those earrings is trying to pull a fast one, and he feels as if the internet auction site is allowing them to do so, and that cannot be allowed to continue. Well, I fully agree with him, and that's why we've been off to speak to them on Chris's behalf. Chris is back on the JVS show. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, Miles has spoken to that internet auction site. I'm presuming this is eBay, is it?
Yes, it was eBay. They've come back with a statement pretty quickly, actually. While the majority of transactions on eBay go through without a problem, we have policies in place to protect buyers and sellers when things do not go to plan. Upon further review by our escalation teams, we have issued a one-time courtesy payment to ensure that Chris is no longer out of pocket for the cost of the item and apologise for any inconvenience. So good news from eBay.
Right. Have they communicated all of that to you, Chris?
Jonathan, they communicated nothing to me. The only reason I was aware of it was I went into the payment platform that I use, and there was an £8.99 courtesy payment. And furthermore to that, there seemed to be 2 more direct deposits from the auction selling platform into my payment platform.
For how much?
The other 2 payments total another £40-odd.
Well, what's that got to do? I mean, what's that related to?
Well, the only thing I can think it's related to is all the other, what I would class as dubious refunds that they have issued on my account. They may have now checked them.
What? So hang on a second. So you've had other experiences that have been the same, where people have tried to claim they haven't received goods?
I have, Jonathan. And I don't always follow them up because a lot of the time it's a total cost of £3 or £4, and it's just not worth my effort to go about it. But it would appear they may well have gone through all these refunds and actually have checked them.
Right.
So I am whole again.
You are, well, so to speak, yes. Well, I mean, that's marvellous. It's a shame that nobody from eBay kind of contacted you and said, look, terribly sorry about this. We've looked into it and you're absolutely right. Here's your money.
I know. I think they probably had enough of me with 4 hours online chat.
So what are you going to do then? I presume you're happy. Are you happy?
Oh, yes, I'm definitely happy. Moving forwards, what I've done while this was ongoing is I've increased my postage to customers so that it can be tracked online publicly, and reduced the price of my goods by a set amount of increased prices. So what I've actually done is swallowed the cost of increased postage.
Oh, right, OK. But that way, at least you'll know you're going to get the money for every item that you send out that is indeed received.
It does. It just means the lower valued items, I'm not increasing the postage, and I will just take the hits if necessary if people continue to misbehave.
So what is the actual method of sending then that you now need to use in order to cover yourself as a seller?
To cover myself as a seller, my business is based around a large letter-sized objects, so I am charging people for a signed for receipt if the goods are over £5.
So that's Royal Mail signed for?
It is.
OK, and that way there's then evidence of it being tracked and evidence of it being received, and that is evidence that eBay will agree with and will then side with the seller over what you're alleging to be the fraudulent buyer.
That's correct, yes. And it saves having to go through the escalation process and them having to look at a different screen that's not a publicly accessible screen.
Yeah, OK. Fine. Well, look, I'm very pleased that eBay have given you all the money back, and in fact a bit more as well for all of the other claims that have gone on over the last period of time. So we will thank them very much indeed. We will give them the horn. Chris, if you have any other problems, you know where we are. Now, Linda bought a composite front door in March of 2019. She said since she's had it, she's had a real problem with the draft coming through it. She said the company have been back numerous times to try and fix it, but she's still not happy.
Now, the company I dealt with have sent an engineer down innumerable times, I must admit, give them their due. They've changed the lock, they've changed the hinges, they've taken the whole surround out and the door and reconfigured it, and I'm still getting a draft. In fact, today I've got sellotape on the inside of the door. Because it's a windy day, the draft is coming through. And I spent all last winter freezing in here, in my bungalow, my pensioner. Something's got to be done about it, but the correspondence I've had with the company, they're now saying they will no longer come out to me because there's nothing wrong with the door. It is my fault because I have arthritis in my hands, and I've got arthritis all over me. I can still look after my grandson, garden, cook, clean, open other people's doors, composite doors as well, but my one, no.
So Linda's very unhappy about this, and she feels as if her arthritis and the fact she mentioned her arthritis is now being used as a bit of an excuse by the company that installed the front door in the first place. Well, she's back on the JVS show. Hello, Linda.
Hello there.
Hello, good morning to you. Now, Miles went off to speak to this company, and sure enough, they did bring up Linda's arthritis fairly promptly, didn't they?
Yeah, so they explained the different ways they've tried to help in the past, and that they've been out quite a few times to try to come up with a solution. And yeah, they did bring up the arthritis as the main issue.
They seem to be suggesting that in order for the door to be properly fitted so that it's sealed all the way around the side, it then makes the lock too stiff for Linda to use because Linda's got arthritis in her hands. Now, Linda, you said that, I mean, it is the case that when they have tightened the door up, you've then found it very difficult to unlock it from outside. But you said you don't have any issues with any other doors. You've never had a problem with any other doors. You've never encountered this before.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Now, I know the last time we spoke, Miles, the plan was, the way that I saw this being the fairest way of us trying to find out what's actually going on, would be to get you to go to Linda's house on the same day as the company, who were going to send out a fitter to come and readjust it again. If they can adjust it to what they consider to be the norm, you can then try, with your delicate fingers, to unlock the door.
Yes.
And if you find it easy to unlock the door, then the chances are, Linda, we were going to be saying to you, well, unfortunately, Linda, it does appear to be your arthritis that's causing the problem, so we now need to find another way of you being able to unlock that door, whether it be with a handle on the outside that you can pull towards you while you're unlocking it, or something else like that. But I gather that plan is now not going to work out. Why is that? What's going on?
So I contacted the company to try to organise a time that I could be there when an engineer was there. And they've just come back and said that they've got in touch with an engineer and discussed Linda's door. And before getting us involved, they would like to tighten the lock and fit an extended thumb turn, which had been suggested in the past. But apparently that's now been agreed with Linda. So they're going to go out and try that first.
Yeah.
And I guess if that doesn't work, then I'll be able to go out with the engineer. But at the moment, that's something that's not looking like it's on the cards.
But forgive me. So, okay, first of all, Linda, is that your understanding of what's now going to happen?
Yes, the gentleman is supposed to be here between 1 and 2.
Today?
I have no trouble with the thumb turn or whatever they want to call it. I can operate that. It was a throwaway comment about arthritis, and they seem to have picked up on this and sort of used that as an enormous excuse. What I don't understand is why the engineer, I was told by their company, didn't want Three Counties rep to be there at the same time. And
is that who told you that? Who told you that? No, I don't need a name. You mean someone from the company?
Yes.
Right, okay. So the company said to you they don't want Three Counties Radio there at the time when their engineer comes out?
Yes, because he felt sort of nervous about that.
Well, I don't know why, because we would be completely fair and impartial. I mean, Linda, you sound like a very nice person, but we don't know you and we don't know the company. So, if we were there, then it would be purely to ascertain where the truth lies on this.
Of course, but what I don't understand is why is it all right not to have your representative there at the same time, but it's all right for me, almost 74 next month, on my own, a pensioner, to have this gentleman here without any backup for myself?
No, I think you're interpreting that incorrectly, Linda. Yes,
Right.
I don't think in any way there is any need for you to draw that kind of connection. I think what they mean is they would far rather deal with this directly with their customer without us breathing down their neck, rather than have the radio station, as they see it, breathing down their neck, putting them in a difficult position. That's what they mean. So there's no reason for you to in any way be concerned about the man coming round.
Right. Maybe I've got that wrong.
Yeah, I don't think you need to make that connection. But I think in terms of the solution, I don't see how fitting a special thumb turn to the inside of the door is going to suddenly mean that you can then unlock the door from outside, which is what you're having the problem with.
Well, this is what I explained to them many months ago, and I said that is not the problem. I can open the door, except for on one occasion when I couldn't open it from the outside or the inside.
Have you tried pulling? I know last time we spoke, I said to you, try pulling the knob on the outside when you unlock it. Have you tried doing that?
I always do.
Right.
In order to turn the key. Yeah.
But have you tried it while it was tight, though, as well? Because that's what is going to happen today. The door's going to be tightened.
Yeah.
And then we'll have the full picture of if you try it when it's tightened, and it might, I guess, click into place.
Yeah.
And hopefully then you'll be able to use the key and open it. That's the thing to try.
I'll try anything. Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, I think we just need to find out what's going on. I'm disappointed that the company felt as if our involvement at that point in time would not have been helpful, because as far as I'm concerned, if what the company is saying is correct, if you've got bad arthritis, and because of your bad arthritis you're struggling to unlock a perfectly reasonable and normal door, if I were the company, I would appreciate us being there in order to witness that. Because
I am so sick and tired of hearing about my arthritis in my hand. I can open jars, I can open bottles, garden, I can open other people's doors and composite doors. It's not my hands. That is not the problem. It is the door.
Right. Okay, well, look, let's wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens this afternoon. Can we please talk to you tomorrow?
Right. Basically, in the first lockdown, I got into cycling, and that was first bike was in the April, and then I purchased a second bike, which was very expensive in the June, July time. Mm-hmm. Very expensive, as in very light, made of carbon fibre, all singing, all dancing. So I bought that and got on very well with it.
So when you say cycling, I mean, you're talking, proper cycling. You're not just pootling along to the pub on your bike.
No, I do. I mean, so far this year I've done over 5,000 miles.
God.
I've been and ridden up Mount Teede in Tenerife. I've ridden up Black Navar in Scotland. Last weekend I done 63 miles with a couple of friends with an average speed of about 17 miles an hour.
You must have calves like Chris Hoy's.
I wish. But anyway,
yes.
So to get the best out of your training, there's obviously, similar to race cars, there's telemetry data that you can read, your heartbeat, your cadence, your power, your speed. So I purchased a top-end front chain mechanism system. So that's where the pedals connect your chains to be able to run. You've got the two different rings. I purchased a top-end one of them with a built-in power meter.
Right, you've lost me. I have no idea what on earth you're talking about.
Right, where your pedals connect, you've got your chain. Where your chains connect to your pedal
yeah, on the pedal, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so them two rings there,
yeah,
that's your front chain set.
Yeah, but it's not on the front of the bike, is it? It's the middle of the bike.
It's the middle of the bike where your pedals are, yeah.
Yeah.
But then there's a rear chain set as well at the back because you've got the cassette.
Oh, I see what you mean when you say the front one. Yeah, okay. So, so the one underneath where your bottom goes.
Yep, okie dokie. So I purchased one of them with a built-in power meter. So this was quite expensive. It was £715.
What? But what's a power meter on your chain?
Basically, it tells how much power you're using to pedal. So when you start off cycling, obviously you're not as good as Chris Hoy, etc. And what you can do is you can do training routines, all this kind of stuff, to increase your power. So you can increase what your cycling efficiency is.
Right. But did you need that? I mean, what do you want to do? Enter the Olympics or something? I mean,
you don't need it, but it was nice to have it. It's told me how much I've increased. Oh. So when I started, my power was probably around about 145. My power now is an average of about 235 to 240.
Right. So, you've got the cycling bug bad, haven't you?
Oh yeah, big time.
Right. You've gone all out. Got all the gear.
Yeah. All the gear, no idea.
Well, I wasn't going to say that because I'm sure you've picked up the idea.
I'm getting there slowly, very slowly.
So how much was the bike?
The bike's around about, well, I paid $6,000 for it, but it's actually a £13,000 bike.
What?
Yes.
How can you even... I didn't even know there were bikes that were that expensive. £6,000 for a bicycle?
That you could buy one off the shelf for that. This was actually a gentleman had it built, but sadly he passed away. So then his wife actually sold the bike on through the shop, and I purchased it at that price.
Right. So it's second hand, was it?
Deal.
Was it second hand?
It'd been ridden for 10 months.
Okay.
But the item that I've got the problem with the front ring set with the power meter. I purchased that 2 to 3 months after I bought the bike. I purchased it in September.
And then they retrofitted that?
Yeah, so that was it's just a case of swapping one over for the other. So when your chain ring set wears out, you would normally change it anyway. So they've put me my new one on. Everything works fine. And then May time this year, I had a problem with it, as in when I was pedaling, there was a real loud clicking noise, and it turned out my chain was kind of holding on to the chain set as it was spinning round. So I took it into the shop and said to them, look, got this problem. They looked at it and they said, oh, your inner ring, so the inner one of the two rings, was worn out. And I said, what do you mean it's worn out? It can't be worn out. I've only had it 8 months. And they were like, no, it's worn out. I said, well, that needs changing, obviously. They sent it back, so they took off the new one that I'd purchased to put my old one back on for me that didn't have the power meter. They then sent it to the manufacturers. The manufacturers said, it doesn't come under warranty, it's wear and tear. You haven't maintained your chain properly. Now, I run 2 chains because a couple of friends of mine have been riding bikes for ages. And they said, if you change your chain every 500, 750 miles, something like that, then your chains will wear at the same time as your chain set and your cassette. You will get a longer life out of everything. So I did that. When I came home from a ride, if it was a bit damp like today, the bike would have the wheels taken off, everything would get cleaned, the chain would be degreased, it would then be dried, and it would then be lubricated again with the appropriate lubrication, either a wet one for a wet day or a dry one if it's going out on a dry day.
Oh, this all sounds exhausting. I'm exhausted just listening to you, to be honest. I mean, this. What do you get from all of this?
Just all the data. What, from the cycling?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a bike. It's what I call my vicar's bike. It's got 3 gears, Sturmey Archer. I can't ride it up the hill because the gears are too stiff, so I have to get off and walk up hills. But, you know, it weighs a ton. But if on the rare occasion I ever want to go out on my bike, I've got I just don't understand all this
I just
equipment.
enjoy the freedom of being out and about, and, you know, it clears my head. I can't think about anything at all, no work. I just get out and do 20, 30 miles in the afternoon, and it's like a freedom thing.
Oh, right, okay.
And I've come down from 17 stone 8 to 15 stone 9.
Wow.
So I have lost a lot of weight in the same time.
Yeah.
But my legs have got stronger, my lungs have got so much stronger. Same as you. When I first started, I couldn't get up a hill. But now I'm going out, I mean, you know, I rode, like I say, in Tenerife. It's a 34-mile uphill.
Oh, my God. You'd want to go. You should go cycling to Frigliano, where I like going on holiday. I watch some of those people cycling up that hill. I think, my God, what's wrong with them? You're on holiday, for goodness sake. This is ridiculous.
I'm more like Madge. Done the same thing.
Well, I'm more like Madge from Benidorm. I completely see the idea of getting a mobility scooter so you don't have to walk. Because why would you? You're on holiday.
Love it.
Now, look, in all seriousness, you've spent a lot of money on this part for your bike, and it sounds then as if you're in a dispute with the company that fitted it, because they're saying you've worn it out.
It was the manufacturers that are saying I've worn it out.
Well, what does the shop that you bought it from say? Because surely they've got a view on it. They're the ones your contract's with.
They're the one that they said that it's got to be under the manufacturer's warranty. So they sent it back to the manufacturer, which obviously means that the manufacturer's saying, no, we won't replace it. What they did say was, we'll sell you another one at half price at £375 or £378. And I'm like, well, surely it's 8 months old. It's only done 2,100 miles because I've got a bike computer. It logs every single mile I ride.
Right.
Okay, so I know exactly how many miles I've ridden on. I've got 2 bikes.
Yeah.
And the other, you know, so I know which one I've used on each ride. So I put it in the data, and it then tells me how many miles I've ridden on that bike.
Right, but what do people... Because, I mean, I don't know anything about bikes, so it's probably become very apparent to you. But, I mean, I have no idea. So I don't know how many miles you would expect to get from this particular component. What do people in the industry say you should be getting from that particular component?
Because they're saying, there is no set amount that they reckon they should get. Yet my other bike, so my second bike that I've got is also quite expensive. Okay, that was £4,500. But that has got, so the component I've got is the top of the range. The next one down is the one I've got on my other bike. Okay, so it's still got the power meter, it's still got the 2 front rings. It's just made of a cheaper, slightly heavier material. You're paying for the difference in weight, because every 100 grand you save on a bike means you've got less effort to move the bike. So the other bike has done 2,900 miles now, and that hasn't got any problems. It's got the same thing. I chop the chain every 500 miles. I do the same thing with the bike, as in cleaning it when I've used it.
Well, look, I mean,
that's still running.
Okay, so the reality is then, your contract is with the bike shop that you bought the bike from, who then retrofitted this particular part. Right. Your argument is that they have sold you a product that is not fit for purpose, it is not of reasonable quality, and it is worn out in an unreasonably short amount of time.
Yep.
So your argument is, under the Consumer Rights Act, you would like them to replace that product because it has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. If you were to put that to them, and I don't know whether you have yet put that to them in those terms, if you have, what have they said?
Basically, they just said it's down to the warranty on the manufacturer's side.
No, it's nothing to do with the warranty.
Right.
So
okay.
It sounds to me as if you need to go back to that retailer.
Yeah.
And you need to say to them, look, I've sought some advice on this.
Yep.
My contract's obviously with you. From a purely business transaction perspective, I have purchased a product from you at a cost of X amount of money that is, I don't believe, of reasonable quality. This is the reason why I don't believe it's of reasonable quality. Now, how can we resolve this? If they turn around and start saying, well, unfortunately, the manufacturer's warranty, blah, 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 you're saying, but this is separate to the warranty, as you will know. And the way I would phrase it, and the way I do tend to phrase it when I deal with companies, is I say to them, well, look, I don't need to tell you about the Consumer Rights Act. I mean, you're a retailer, so you'll understand the Consumer Rights Act. You'll know that any warranty is separate and completely different to my rights under the Consumer Rights Act. So I maintain to you this product hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. How are we going to resolve this?
Right, okay.
I think you need to go and give them that opportunity first.
Right.
If necessary, you may need to get an independent report carried out on the problem.
Yep.
That states that this product is not of reasonable quality and that's why it's failed in an unreasonably short amount of time.
Right, okay.
But at this stage, I think maybe go and have the conversation with them and we'll find out how you get on before we then decide on the next course of action, yeah?
Okay, yeah, fine.
All right. I'm sensing, is this going to be a bit of an awkward one? Because am I sensing from you that you've, got a bit of a pally relationship with the shop that you bought this from and this is going to be a bit awkward?
No, not once. It will be to start with, but the person I'm really pally with isn't the person that's going to need to deal with this.
Oh, okay. Fine.
So but
Well, look, I tell you what, blame me.
Okay.
If if they start being a bit funny, just say, look, I've spoken to Jonathan Vernon Smith at the BBC. Go back and listen to what he said on his radio programme. This is why I'm saying this to you. Blame me.
Right.
Because based on what you're telling me, and I don't know anything about bikes, but it sounds as if this product is just not really of very good quality, and that's why it's failed in a short amount of time. You've spent a lot of money on it, and to only get 2,000 miles of use from it doesn't seem very much.
No, it doesn't. When you look at, I've done 5,000 since January, 2,000 miles is not good.
Yes, okay. Well, look, I hope that helps. Can you please come back to me, let me know how you get on, and if you need us, we can then go and have a word with that retailer on your behalf. But hopefully they will try and resolve it for you. Sandra's on the line. Hello, Sandra.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Sandra. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. Well, back in January 2020, I had a fall. I sort of lost power on the left side slightly, and went to the hospital, did scans and everything else, and they found I had several bleeds on the brain.
Oh, dear. You poor thing. Are you okay now?
Yeah, fine now. But they kept me in, and 3 o'clock in the morning they sent for an ambulance took me to London, and going up the motorway, lights flashing, sirens blaring. It was sort of panic stations, you know.
Yes, I can imagine.
Anyway, I spoke to the surgeon. He said, well, he'd just finished an operation, 4 o'clock in the morning. He said, as they're cleaning out the theatre, he said, we'll do you first thing tomorrow. So, fine. Anyway, I had the operation. I was in there about 7 days. Came home. Everything's fine. Just felt a bit weak, and obviously, you know, taking a while to get over things. And I started driving. Must have been about April time. Once I felt I had my confidence back to go out in the car.
Can I be a bit rude and ask how old you are?
I'm 73.
Okay.
And as you have to renew your driving licence from 70 every 3 years, I got a renewal thing through at Christmas last year.
Yeah.
I filled it in January the 5th, sent it off, and one of the questions is, have you had brain surgery? So obviously I had to say yes. They got, as I say, I sent it all off. I didn't hear anything, so I phoned up, and they said that they had to send it to the medical team. Fine. Then I had a letter in April to say that they couldn't get in touch with the doctor in London. So from then on, I was on the phone every couple of weeks, you know, can you sort this thing out? Can you sort it out? I finally got in touch with an advisory people from the hospital that a friend put me in touch with. They sent a reminder to the department. The DVLA sent a reminder to the department, and I sent a recorded letter to the department. And a week later, I got a phone call from the doctor, went over everything, and he said, I can't see why you can't drive. He said, you're fit enough. He said, you know, your speech is fine and everything else. I also had... and
are you on, sorry to interrupt you, you're not on any kind of ongoing epilepsy medication or anything like that?
No, nothing like that, nothing.
Well, it sounds like you had a bit of, to be honest, it sounds like you had a bit of a lucky escape, doesn't it? I mean, bleeds on the brain can be very dangerous.
I know. Don't realise it until it sort of happens, you know.
Well, yeah. Well, it obviously wasn't your time, was it? They've patched you up, you're ready to go. Yeah.
Yes. But the DVLA did say that I could get in touch with my doctor. If they agreed that I was fit, then I could drive on Section 88 of the Traffic Act until the licence came through, which I've been doing. And
what is that? You'll have to forgive me, I don't know what.
Right.
So Section 88 of Traffic Act.
Of the Traffic Act, yes.
All right, let's have a little look at that.
Okay.
Can I drive... hang on a second. Can I drive... while my application is with the DVLA. Oh, I see. So the Road Traffic Act, Section 88, may allow you to continue driving even though you do not hold a current licence.
Yes.
Right.
Provided your doctor agrees that you're fit to drive.
Okay. In practice, this will be when you have applied to the DVLA to renew your licence, but the licence expires or runs out while we are processing the application.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what you've been doing, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can do that for a year, but that runs out the beginning of January.
Oh, right, okay.
And it's getting a bit close, and I'm getting a bit panicky, you know.
Yeah.
And I just need your help. I mean, you've helped so many people. I'm just fingers crossed that you can help me.
I'm sure I can. I'll certainly do my best for you. That I can guarantee you of, Sandra. But in terms of the evidence that we may need, then, so have we got a letter from the consultant you were under when you had this operation to say that is, in his or her professional opinion, the bleeds on the brain and the consequent operation that he performed on you do not mean that there's any kind of problem with your driving or ability to drive a car.
You have the only letter that was sent to my doctor that was sent back to me saying what he'd said. I have sent that off to you.
And does that clearly say that you're safe to drive the car?
That I can't remember, to be quite honest.
Okay, well, maybe my team can forward that over to me so I can have a little look at that, because...
I've also sent you the letter from the driving DVLA with all the reference numbers and everything else on it.
Okay, well, that is all fine, and I'm sure I'll be able to go and contact the DVLA. But what they are very likely to say, and I just want to be able to preempt all of this, they're very likely to say that they are... still at a point where they haven't satisfied themselves that you are medically safe to drive the car.
Yeah.
And therefore they are seeking further information. Now, that's probably what they're going to say. So that's why I'd like to look at the letter, and then I will know from looking at that letter, are the DVLA being a bunch of Jobsworths, or is that letter a little bit kind of, vague, and therefore... you can understand why they'd look at it and say, well, we don't know, we can't categorically say that Sandra's definitely safe enough to be driving a motor vehicle.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Well, look, I tell you what, I will look at all of that for you this afternoon. Let's get some detail, please, Miles, and I will contact the DVLA. I've had dealings with them very recently.
Yes.
Let me contact them again, and let's find out what they have to say. I've got here a whole load of...
There are a few different letters there.
There's letters here. Okay, so this is a letter here from the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but it doesn't say anything on it whatsoever in terms of... maybe that was page 1. It was a pleasure to undertake a telephone call with you, blah, blah. Do you mind me reading this?
No, of course not, no.
I won't read anything personal.
That's fine.
You underwent uncomplicated right burr hole evacuation of a chronic subdural hematoma in February 2020. Since then, you have made an excellent recovery. There is no limb weakness, your walking is good, and you have been dropping this and can lift objects such as saucepans, etc. without a problem. There have been no seizures at any stage.
No.
On examination, you are well orientated with normal speech. There is no need for further neurosurgery follow-up. You have made an excellent recovery.
Right.
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's conclusive, isn't it?
Well, that's what I thought, yes.
Yeah. Clean bill of health.
Yes.
Right, well, let me go and have a word with the DVLA and try and sort this out for you.
Oh, thank you so much. I'd be
Sandra,
so grateful.
I'll pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail, OK. Charlie moved into a new build property in June of 2019. Everything was fine until September of this year, when the electric shower in her ensuite bathroom suddenly packed up.
We had a plumber come out on the 10th of September and said that the heating valve had gone. I think it's the heating element, that's it. Heating element had gone, so it's only producing cold water, which obviously isn't ideal, so we can't use the shower at all. I called the developers and they said it's nothing to do with us, you need to go to the manufacturers. Called the manufacturers, and that's where my problems began. They keep going back to the 2-year guarantee. So I've said to them, I'm not calling with regards to a guarantee. I'm calling with regards to the Consumer Rights Act. The manufacturer keeps saying that it's irrelevant. The Consumer Rights Act doesn't mean anything. You had to prove that it was faulty within, I can't remember exactly, but I think 6 weeks within delivery. And I'm saying that's got nothing to do with it. That's not why I'm calling.
Well, I went off to have a word with the developer that had built the house, who ultimately Charlie's contract is with. I also did copy in the manufacturer of the shower, because purely from a company reputation perspective, I would have thought they would be very interested to know that one of their showers was being discussed on the programme. Well, Charlie's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, good morning.
Now, I have to be honest, Charlie. When you first told me the story, I thought, oh, God, we're going to have a right nightmare here. The reason being that I have, as you can probably imagine, over the years, dealt with a lot of complaints about new build properties. And developers, in my experience, are often some of the most difficult companies that we deal with. And I had fully anticipated that this particular developer, I fully anticipated that they would come back and say, well, you know, we don't know what's caused the problem and we're going to put up a fight and, you know, we're going to ask the customer to prove this, that and the next thing. I was quite wrong to assume that. And I'm very pleased that I was wrong, because the man that I contacted at the developer said, OK, leave this with us. We'll go away. We'll have a word with the manufacturer of the shower. Let's see if we can do something to help. I mean, you can't say fairer than that. I should point out, that's not the response you'd been getting, is it?
No, that isn't.
Not previously, but that's what he said to me, which is great. So he went off, he had a word with the manufacturer of the shower, who, as I say, I'd already involved in the case, so they were fully prepared to hear from the developer. And between the two of them, they came back and said, OK, well, we're sorry to hear about this shower. It hasn't lasted long enough, and we would like to try and sort something out. We're going to come out and fix it, and there won't be a cost to Charlie. Fantastic. Now, that was due to happen. When were they due to come out? Was it Monday of this week?
Monday. Yeah, Monday afternoon.
What happened?
They did. Yeah. They sent an engineer who came out. He was lovely, actually. He came out and he has taken off. He could see the problem straight away. He has taken off, I don't really understand, but internally, basically, it's been a full replacement. And then on the outside, the front cover, if you like, that's new as well. So the actual... I'm not very technical, but the bulk bit of the shower is our old shower, and everything inside and on the external bit of it, the front cover, that's new, brand new, and it's working.
Right. And did he give you any indication when he looked at it as to what had caused the problem? And did he give any advice as to how this could be prevented in the future?
It was a fault. It was a fault. So it wasn't anything that we had done. It's exactly what our plumber had said it was. It was a faulty heating element, isn't it? It's a heating element. It was a faulty heating element that it costs more money to replace that than it does to replace the whole thing.
Yeah. And did he say whether the lime scale or the hardness of the water could in any way contribute towards that?
No, never mentioned it at all, and I didn't want to bring it up.
No. I mean, listen, if when he'd opened it up, if lime scale was the problem, I promise you he would have brought it up, because certainly, as I mentioned to you before, when I used to live in central St Albans, and the water, I mean, God knows what's in the water there, but I mean, the water is so hard in St Albans, and... I'd have, as I mentioned to you, I had electric showers at the time, and the engineer would come out and they'd kind of say, look at this. And it was just full of all these it was like sand that had collected, caused by the lime scale. Absolutely chock-a-block. It would all jam the whole thing up inside. And that used to happen time after time. So I'm sure he would have, if he'd opened it up and found that lime scale was to blame, he would have pointed it out. So that's good news.
Never said a thing about it. The only thing I've got, which is a bit, I'm hoping it's a coincidence / hasn't been used in quite a long time, but this morning and yesterday the shower smells, well, our ensuite smells like sewer. And I'm not sure I don't know why. It smells like sewage. You know, like when you open, and it's like that. We don't live in a big fancy house. I mean, we have got an ensuite, but my ensuite is right next to my bed. When I
right, okay. Is this the shower unit in your ensuite? Is it one of those kind of single shower cubicles that you go in and shut the door?
It's a double, but yeah.
Okay. Has it got, double. You know where the water runs away?
Yeah.
Does it have a big round circular kind of, it looks like chrome, but in fact it will be plastic?
That's exactly it.
Lid. Right. Have you
now at the moment.
Can you just pull it up?
Yeah, I have. This is all clean. The water's running clean, because I clean this quite regularly because I know that this is a known problem. So I clean it every week when I clean the shower, because you get hair and all, well, it's not nice, but all stuff like that. And I clean that and I put bleach down there. And I think it may be because it's been, is it stagnant for quite a long time, not being used?
Well, probably what has happened, because I've encountered this before.
Oh, okay.
Where the shower unit, where that water runs down, there may well not be a U-bend pipe underneath it.
Right.
The U-bend pipe, obviously, normally would block out any smells coming back up the pipe. Yeah. And if it's like the situation I've encountered before, it may just be a fairly straight run pipe that goes from the bottom of that and then will join to the pipes from the loo.
Right, okay.
And it's probably because it's all dried out and there hasn't been any water in there to flush any or to block any smell from coming back up. It may well be from there. But I would have thought once you'd put water down it, once you'd used the shower, I would have thought the smell would have gone.
How long would you give it?
Well, I mean, if ever I've encountered it before, because I have a shower in my house that I don't ever use, because there's only so many showers you need, and there's a shower that, and again, I just make sure I put water down there after a while, because otherwise the pipe kind of dries out, and then you do get a smell coming from the rest of the pipe. So you just kind of put a bit of disinfectant and some water down, and it's fine. So
okay.
Well, I think you're going to have to just monitor it, really.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will do that. I mean, everything is working brilliantly. It's just literally, coincidentally, that has started happening. And I thought, oh, maybe it's because it's not been used. I don't really know.
Well, it seems a bit coincidental, doesn't it, that it's all coincided with reusing the shower again. Suddenly you get this smell. I mean, I don't know if any of my listeners, any of my plumbing listeners can diagnose what might be causing. Ava came to me and she was saying that she lives in a housing association property. For the last few years, her boiler has been leaking on and off. Well, the leak was so bad that water had damaged some of the carpets in her property. And she said, to be honest, she's not able to use several of the rooms. They're all having to sleep and live in one room of the property. She said that she'd also got bugs living in some of the carpets. It was truly horrible. She told me that she'd complained to the Housing Association numerous times, but said they didn't seem to be helping.
It has ruined the carpet in my living room, so the leak has gone all the way through, halfway through the carpet in the living room and halfway through my boy's bedroom as well. So at the moment, we can't use the front room or we can't use the boy's bedroom, so we're all basically living in my bedroom. So the floor is all wet, it's moldy, it's smelly. I'm just living in a really bad state at the moment. I'm still having the leak. I have reported this a couple of times. I've spoken to my housing officer. She said she can't do anything. I'm still waiting for someone to call me, someone to come around. Nothing is happening.
Well, it certainly sounded dreadful, and I promised Ava I would contact the Housing Association on her behalf and try and get things sorted. Ava's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Ava.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning to you. The Housing Association is Metropolitan Thames Valley Housing Association, otherwise known as MTVH.
Right.
Their initial response was, "We are extremely sorry for the position that Ava and her family find themselves in. For quite some time, MTVH staff have been liaising with her and other residents at this block as we implement a plan to rectify long-standing upkeep issues. During a similar time frame, MTVH staff have consistently attended to leaks and other issues at Ava's property. Separately, we've also had regular communication with Ava over the past several weeks regarding a recent leak which has caused some damage. As a result, MTVH's boiler contractor made an initial visit to the property and relevant parts to repair the leak have been ordered. We fully understand Ava's frustration that the matter has not yet been resolved, but we will continue to work closely with the contractor until it's rectified." Well, that was all fine and that all sounded positive, but I was a bit frustrated because when I said to you, OK, well, Ava, what's happened, what have they said to you? You said to me, well, I haven't heard anything from them. They haven't been in touch with me. Now, that I found very annoying because it's all well and good sending a nice reassuring statement to the BBC saying how you're falling over yourself to try and sort things out. But if actually no one's bothered to pick up a telephone and speak to the tenant, in this case you, Ava, to say, we're so sorry, this is the plan, this is what's going to happen, we're going to be round on this day, get it all sorted. What's the point? It's just words. No action. So I went back and I made it clear that I wasn't very happy and I would like them to address this again and I'd like a further response. Well, they've come back. They say, we fully understand that this has been a very difficult time for Ava and her family. On Friday, MTVH's repairs manager spoke with Ava to discuss how best to move forward. and repeated our offer to provide temporary alternative accommodation in order for us to manage long-standing repair issues in the property. Regarding the recent leak, we took too long in resolving this. However, we appreciate Ava's cooperation to access her home to repair it. We can confirm that on Friday afternoon, our engineer went to Ava's home with parts that had been ordered earlier in the week, and we fixed the leak that had caused the damage to Ava's home. We will also work with Ava in order to carry out further previously agreed work, which will include a complete redecoration, repairs to window frames, renewal of locks to door, and new carpets, starting in the coming weeks. We are pleased that Ava is satisfied with this arrangement and will remain in close contact with her throughout. Now that's more like it. That sounds more like they've been in touch with you and things are now happening. What? Fill us in. What's going on? Bring us up to speed, please.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what you've done, JVS, but my gosh, my phone went off the hook on Friday. Basically, first of all, the contractor rang me to say, am I home? I was like, no, I'm on the school run at the moment. So they arranged with me to come in on the same afternoon. Anyway, I had laundry to do, and I said to them I was going to the laundry. However, I inconvenienced myself to come back here in order for them to stop the leak. So that was the arrangement. So I came back home. 4:30, he was waiting for me on the outside. So he came in and he stopped the leak, thank goodness. So I have also spoken to the repairs manager who's been on the case, and he said he would get some accommodation arrangements temporarily for me to move out of this accommodation because it's not habitable. So he said he would speak to the housing officer, who will get in touch with me and liaise with me with that. So she did get in touch with me, and she's been on the phone constantly with me just to make sure that everything is running smoothly. So where I am at the moment is that the leak has stopped. They have arranged for storage, my stuff to go into storage, and for the accommodation. So I should be moving into the accommodation today.
And what kind of accommodation is this? Is it another flat, or is this a hotel or bed and breakfast?
It's like a flat. They call it service home.
Okay.
But she said it's not a hotel, but it's like same living area.
Like a serviced apartment.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Okay. So I've got everything, personally to use for myself.
Okay. Well, I mean, none of it's ideal, but it sounds as if it's a much better solution than living in your existing property.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That has been so badly damaged by this water leak. So
I know.
So in terms of the way that they are now trying to resolve this, you feel genuinely as if there are proper efforts to sort this out and make you a happy bunny?
Oh, definitely.
Good.
Definitely.
Okay, and have they given any idea as to how long it's all going to take? Because it does sound like it's obviously going to take some time, which is why they've suggested alternative accommodation. Because if this could all be done in a couple of days, they definitely wouldn't be putting you in temporary accommodation.
No. Basically, the accommodation will be for 3 weeks. However, I do not know how long it will take for them to sort the my accommodation out. So they said 3 weeks. And then the other call I also received from the Housing Association was that they were going to start working in my property on the 1st of November. And then I got another call from the person who will be working in the property. He said, when I move, if I move earlier, then they will come in earlier to start. So I do not know how long it will take.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Well, look, as I said to you when you were on the programme last time, I have never had any dealings before with Metropolitan Thames Valley Housing Association. I think that MTVH have very quickly realised that I am someone that stays across things until they are resolved.
I know.
And I am very confident now, based on what they've said to you and the way that they've reacted as a result of that last conversation, I'm very confident that they will now pull out all the stops to get it sorted. But I would like you to please keep me in the loop every step of the way. As a little bit of encouragement for them, and they may not have ever encountered this before, but I'm sure you've heard my horn before, Ava. Listen to this. Oh,
yeah.
Just a slight honk. And that's for what's been done so far. But there's a lot more of that still to come, but we will wait until they have actually 100% resolved matters for you. Ava, good luck. Sue was telling me in July she went to stay at a hotel. She was booked in for 2 nights there. Total cost £119. When she arrived at the room, she discovered that although the bed had been changed and there was new linen on it, she said the rest of the room just hadn't been cleaned properly.
The sink was full of water. The tea tray was empty, apart from dirty cups and glasses. The other thing was that this particular hotel had a strap line across the advertisement saying new rooms. The room wasn't new and certainly hadn't been refurbished. So I went down and reported it to reception. I was told there was no housekeeping available until the morning and the hotel was fully booked. So I then said, right, okay, I'm going to have to make the best of this bad lot or sleep in my car. So I said, okay, can you guarantee you will clean the room thoroughly tomorrow? Because, as I said, the bed had been done. I had no qualms with that. The linen had been changed. So I made the best of it and they cleaned the room the following day, which is against their COVID policy.
Well, it's completely and utterly unacceptable. And as you will know if you were listening when Sue was on the programme, this story really struck a chord with me because many, many years ago I worked in a hotel and my job was cleaning the bathrooms. The thought of allowing a customer to go into a room that hadn't been cleaned with a dirty bathroom, with an unvacuumed carpet, I mean, it's just completely and utterly unacceptable. And I cannot understand why the hotel did not say to Sue, we're so terribly sorry, please go to the bar, have a drink on us, and we will arrange for somebody to go and clean your room immediately. And if I were the manager of that hotel, if push came to shove, if there was no one else to do it, I would have gone and done it myself, rather than just allow a customer to have to use a room that was not ready for them. It's unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Well, I went to speak to Sue's hotel on her behalf. Let's find out what the latest is. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sue.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Sue. The company concerned, this was Premier Inn that you were staying in.
Yeah.
Now, it's safe to say they have a slightly different version of events. They don't necessarily agree with you with your description of the room being dirty and unclean. They say, we've taken a look at this one and completely agree Sue's experience has fallen short of the high standards our guests rightly expect, for which we apologise. Whilst the room was cleaned, cups were left in the bathroom sink in error. Unfortunately, due to a miscommunication between our customer service advisors, it wasn't understood a resolution had not been reached. We will therefore be refunding the night's stay. Now, for me, I could not understand why Premier Inn had not said to you when you raised this with them, we're so terribly sorry, of course, we will give you that first night for free. To charge you for the first night when the room wasn't ready for you is completely and utterly unacceptable. I'm pleased that they've now agreed to do that. But it's interesting that they're not necessarily in agreement that the room hadn't been cleaned. They say it had been cleaned. The only issue was that some cups had been left in the sink. How do you react to that?
Well, there wasn't any cups in the sink. The sink was full of water, but the cups were left on the side next to the tea tray or on the tea tray. They were dirty, and when they clean them, they turn them over the wrong way up, if you like. And they were up the correct way. So it was obvious that they hadn't been cleaned. The tea tray hadn't been refreshed. And I understand, because I've stayed with this company quite a lot, they do have 2 trolleys, cleaning trolleys. One does linen, and then the other one comes along with all the tea things on, the tea and coffee, etc. So it looked to me like the first trolley had got there and done the linen, as I said, but the other cleaning hadn't been done or refreshed the tea trays.
Was the bathroom clean?
Well, the sink was full of water, which made me think no.
But was it a shower in the room or a bath?
It's a bath with the shower over.
It
didn't look dirty.
Okay, but did it look clean? Because you can tell if a room has been cleaned before you're using it.
It didn't smell clean. You know, if you've cleaned a room, you've got that nice sort of bleachy, Ajaxy type smell. It didn't smell clean.
Right.
Okay. The carpet definitely hadn't been hoovered. There's no way that carpet had been hoovered.
There were bits on the carpet.
Yeah.
Right. Well, look, Premier Inn have apologised. They do recognise it fell short. I mean, I would really hope that they will address this issue. And as I say, I mean, Premier Inn, surely, worst case scenario, your manager should whiz down there with a vacuum cleaner and some cleaning products and quickly do the room, rather than saying to a customer, oh, sorry, housekeeping's gone home, you'll just have to sleep in the room that's not ready for you. It's completely unacceptable. Who in their right mind when running a hotel would ever allow a customer to sleep in a room that wasn't ready? It's completely unacceptable.
You know, and why they couldn't do that on one of my 6 emails to them, I don't know.
Well, they say they're now giving you the money back. Have you heard anything from them?
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, what I would like you to do, how did you pay for the room?
On a credit card.
Can you go and check your credit card statement?
I will do. I haven't done it. I only do it once a month. So, yes, I will go and check it.
Can you please check and see if that money is back in your account? I would hope it would be. And that should be the full amount for the first night of the stay in the hotel. Can you please let me know what happens? And let's just hope your next experience, if you do decide to go and stay in a Premier Inn, is more successful than this one was.
Okay, but thank you very much for your help, and I will let you know.
Well, it's fine. I'm going to give Premier Inn this bit of the horn. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got your money back, okay? Linda bought a composite front door in March of 2019. Since she bought it, she's had problems with a draft coming through. She said, to be fair, the company have been out a lot of times to try and sort it, but, well, she's still not happy.
Well, the company I dealt with have sent an engineer down innumerable times, I must admit, give them their due. They've changed the lock, they've changed the hinges, they've taken the whole surround out and the door and reconfigured it, and I'm still getting a draft. In fact, today I've got sellotape on the inside of the door. Because it's a windy day, the draft is coming through. And I spent all last winter freezing in here, in my bungalow, my pensioner. Something's got to be done about it, but the correspondence I've had with the company, they're now saying they will no longer come out to me because there's nothing wrong with the door. It is my fault because I had arthritis in my hands, and I've got arthritis all over me. I can still look after my grandson, garden, cook, clean, open other people's doors, composite doors as well, but my one, no.
Well, we went off to have a word with the company, and they were certainly keen to stress the fact that they felt Linda's arthritis was definitely playing a part in all of this. Linda said to me on the programme yesterday or the day before, I forget, but she said, oh, I wish I'd never even mentioned that arthritis, didn't you, Linda?
Yes, I did.
Yes, she said, I'm sick and tired of my arthritis being blamed. But the company were saying, they did say, as soon as Miles called them, they said, well, look, the thing is, the problem we've got is that when we adjust the door properly so there's no draft, Linda just can't unlock it. We can unlock it, but Linda can't, because of the arthritis. Now, your argument is, but I can unlock every other door. There's no other problem in life with unlocking doors. Why this specific door would I have such a problem with it? Well, they were going to send someone out, weren't they, Miles? Weren't they going to come out yesterday?
Yes, so they were supposed to go and see Linda yesterday. The company have got in touch today to clarify. That did happen.
Good.
They said that because we were hoping to go down with them at the same time, the company did say that the engineer that they contacted wasn't actually one of their employees. It was an independent engineer. and that's why they didn't. Apparently, this engineer didn't want to get involved if there was a dispute between Linda and the company that could potentially be broadcast on the radio. He didn't want to be involved in that, so that's why that we weren't invited down at the same time. They have said that they would definitely be happy for us to go back and check the door after the fact, just not with this engineer there.
Fine.
As for the visit yesterday, one of the directors was also present, as was Linda's son, apparently. The door was tightened to its maximum extent. Linda wanted to eliminate any trace of a draft, and she was happy that there was now no draft when the door was fully installed, tightened. Yeah. Linda could open the door from the inside with it being tightened, but struggled to do so from the outside. The engineer, the director of the company, and Linda's son apparently were all able to open it. And as previously mentioned, with this slam-shut door, it operates a bit differently from a standard door. And then they explained that you need to slightly pull the door towards you, which is what we've mentioned, before you turn the key and open the door. They're satisfied the door's in good working order. However, they do recognise that Linda's still unable to open the door from the outside, and they'd still like to help her. The engineer has suggested that you could get plates fitted around the keyhole with a finger pull. This may help Linda because rather than pulling a knob that's in the centre of the door, it would be closer to where you turn the key, so it might be easier.
Right. Okay, Linda, how did things go from your perspective?
Well, yes. I mean, the fitter or engineer was very good. He did his best. He realigned the door because it had gone on the slant, and he tightened the lock. Yes, I couldn't open it. My son could, but even the engineer said if your mother was pulling that shut and opening it umpteen times of the day, her hands would become very sore. Now, the director came down.
Because of your arthritis?
No, I haven't got arthritis in my hands. I mean, I can get medical records to prove I have not got arthritis. It was a throwaway comment from me because I felt sorry the engineer kept coming down, and I just said, oh, God, maybe it's my arthritis. I just felt sorry for the fella. So I haven't got arthritis. Anyway, the director came down. It took him 5 attempts to open it with it tightened. So the engineer loosened it a bit and he was able to open it. Now, last night when I locked the door, I always check the back door and the front door, I thought, oh, there's a draft. There is now a draft coming through still where the key lock is, and there's a draft coming through further down the door. So I've had to sellotape that and use my back door to come to my son to look after my grandson. The door still has a draft. Now, the company phoned me this morning to say they were ordering this part to go on. And I agreed, OK, let's wait until that arrives, fit it, and see if I can turn the key easier. But if I can't, and I've still got a draft, then the door is not fit for purpose.
What does your son say?
My son said it is a very difficult lock. I mean, he's 6'2", and very fit. So, I mean, he's got very strong, so he could turn it. But he said, "You won't turn it, Mum." He said that is so stiff.
Would you mind if could we talk to your son?
Yes, hold on. He's just holding my.
Is he there now?
Hold on. Yeah, I'm in his house looking after his grandson.
What's your son called?
Simon.
Simon.
Yeah, he works from home when he can. Would you have a word, Noah?
Hello.
Oh, hello, Simon. Hi, sorry, it's Jonathan. It's just I think it would be useful to just have a chat with you because obviously you were there witnessing what happened.
Of course.
The way the door has been adjusted now.
Yes.
What's your feeling on it? Is it acceptable or not?
No, I mean, it's a very clever video that I recorded for them to show the director opening it. It took me several attempts, it took the engineer several attempts, and it took the director several attempts. And it would take anyone. I'd ask anyone to come out and try it themselves, but there's still a draft, and I think that's ultimately the problem. No matter how tight it is, there's still a draft coming through.
And you felt that draft yourself, have you?
Yes, I have, yeah.
Okay. Okay, well that's very useful. And your mum, obviously, we don't know your mum. And we don't know the company. So we're trying to work out where the truth lies in all of this, because obviously the company are giving us one version of events and your mum's giving us a different. We're trying to find our way through the middle. Your mum's has just said to me on the programme that she does not have arthritis.
No, that's right. Well, not in her hands, anyway. She has it in her legs and her ankles, but not in her hands.
Okay.
But she does, obviously... She's the sort of person that doesn't like to cause a fuss, so when something is going a bit wrong or whatever, she'll say, oh, maybe it's me, maybe it's this, maybe it's... Just to try and keep the peace with people, but it causes her trouble sometimes because she shouldn't do that, and I tell her off for it.
Well, yeah, because the problem is the company's now they focused on that, and it's now your mum's fault that the door doesn't shut properly. So
exactly. And as I said to the director yesterday of the company, I said it's not to do with her arthritis. Bring anyone here over the age of 60 who's going to lose a bit of muscle grip in their wrist. They will all have the same problem. It's not to do with a health condition. It's to do with age and the fact that it's so tough to open it.
Okay. So, what I would like us to do, if it's okay with can I speak to your mum again, please, Simon? Thank you for that. It's really useful. Thank you.
No, from me, thank you ever so much for your help, because I appreciate it's confusing, but I really do appreciate your helping. So thank you. I'll pass you back.
Listen, we want to just get to the bottom of what's going on.
Of course.
And sort it out.
Exactly.
That's the main mission here. So anyway, if I can have your mum back, that'd be great.
Of course. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello there.
Right, Linda. Okay, that was really useful. What I'd like to do, and I know this was the plan originally, Miles.
Yes.
Can you please go to Linda's house?
Of course I can.
And can you try the front door?
As it is now.
As it is now, the way they've adjusted it now, because, am I right in saying, Linda, they feel as if the way they've adjusted that door now is correct, it is proper, and it is stopping the draft, yes?
That's what they say,
that's
but
what they say.
have a draft.
I know that's what you say. What I want to do is I want to find out whether the way they've adjusted the door, is it reasonable, yes or no, in terms of how easy it is to unlock it, and is there a draft? Miles, can you go and find out, please?
Yeah, looking forward to it, actually, seeing if I can open this door.
Well, yes, although it's not, this is not Britain's Strongest Man competition,
no, I know.
So,
Show your muscles.
Yeah, exactly. We need to find out whether a perfectly reasonable, normal person that's not a bodybuilder can... And you're not a bodybuilder.
No, I'm not. I would say I'm normal.
Can unlock that door easily. Basically we need to work out, is Linda just very weak? Or is this actually a very difficult door to unlock for any reasonable person?
Yes.
Okay. Linda, leave it with us. I shall.
Thank you.
I shall send Miles off to arrange that with you, and hopefully the company will want to meet us as well at the same time, and we can take it from there. Okay.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Well, we'll get to it.
To hear.
We'll get to the bottom of it eventually. It may well take some time, but we're going to get to the bottom, and we're not going to go away until it's all resolved. Linda, we'll talk to you very soon. Live across beds, hearts, and bucks. I'm Jonathan Vernon Smith. And for the next hour and a half, I'm dealing with your consumer problems. Speaking of which, I must get on. Gem's on the line. Hello, Gem.
Hiya.
Sorry,
Jen.
it's Jen, not Jen.
G-E-N.
Jen, not Gem. I'm sorry about that, Jen. What's your problem? Tell me all about it without naming any company names. Let's see what we can do for you.
Okay, cool. I bought a television in 24th of November 2018. So it's about 2 years and 10 months old. Quite a big television, quite a well-known make. My old one I'd had for many, many, many years, and it was fine. But I wanted a new one.
How much was it?
What, the first TV or the
no, the one that you bought in 2018?
It was £449 down from £600. So it wasn't. I wouldn't say it was an entry level, but it was definitely not a top of the range. I'd say it was kind of a mid-range.
How big was it?
I'd spent 49 inches.
Okay, fine.
So I spent quite a long time looking at different televisions, looking at different brands, looking at different retailers, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I don't want the name of the brand, but was it a a well-known, reputable brand?
Definitely.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean when I say that? It's just sometimes companies sell brands of TV and you think, oh, I've never heard of that. And there's normally a reason why.
I'm a bit of a kind of a buy cheap, buy twice, but I'm also quite mindful of brands that are either very new or I've never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
And the previous television I'd had was a very good brand, and it was one that I thought I would never. I'm quite stuck in my ways with brands. I like to stick with the same one, so I thought I would never change brand. But I saw this one. I'd researched it for quite a long time, and it had it was kind of around the Black Friday kind of time, and I just decided to go for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I purchased it. Got it home, set it up, absolutely no problems whatsoever. It was a smart TV, had all the stuff that smart TVs usually have. And then about 2 weeks ago, I was watching something in the lounge, and my son said, "Why is the TV so dark?" Because normally I have the TV on like dynamic setting, on like the brightest setting. And he said, "It looks really dark. Have you done something to it?" And I was like, "No, but I see what you mean. It is quite dark." So I changed channels, and I realised that it wasn't, because, some channels, sometimes you're watching a programme and that programme is naturally dark, but I think watching Drag Race or some rubbish like that. But it was, so you don't need to know what you're watching. But are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening with great interest.
And so I changed channels, and there was this kind of dark line down the centre of the television, and it was like not a clear defined line, but like a shadow. So I changed the other channels, and I changed source, and did all of that, and it was still there. And I was like, "Oh, that's strange." So it was quite late in the evening, so I didn't do very much that night. I had a little kind of a little Google like you do, and had a look, and thought, "Oh God." Other people were sort of saying the same thing about the television. And I was like,
really? Other people had the same issue with that same TV?
So I went to bed on a bit of a kind of oh, no, I'm going to have to deal with this tomorrow.
Yeah.
So the next morning, I was working the next morning, so I didn't do anything. And then when I got home, I started to sort of play around with so I'd looked online, and people had said all kinds of things, but one of the first things they said was, do things like change your HDMI cables round and mess around, do all these kind of things. So I did all of that. I did a few of the troubleshooting things that I had seen online. And a lot of people, most people were saying that the TV of that age, that particular series, that the problem was the LED panel, the LED strip in the back of the television. And that literally you can just turn it on one day and it's suddenly there. There's no build up to it. There's no, it just happens.
So I presume you went back to the retailer to complain about this.
Well, no, I didn't do anything at this point, because I didn't do anything at this point. Oh no, I did. So at this point, I had the problem was the particular retailer actually isn't there anymore. Obviously, it's difficult to explain too much without. But it's not there anymore. It's one of many that aren't there anymore.
Oh, and, so hang on a second. So the retailer's gone out of business?
No, the retailer hasn't gone out of business, but the retailer isn't. Okay, so the standalone stores don't tend to be there anymore. They tend to be more inside shops. That's all I can really say.
Fine.
Yeah. So that store wasn't there anymore.
So that
anyway,
particular branch of the store was no longer around, but the company is still around. I see.
But neither are lots of the other ones. So
but that's okay. You just go back to the retailer. You explain that under your Consumer Rights Act, you've purchased a TV that has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, and therefore, under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, you would like them to either repair it or replace it or refund you.
Well, so I did finally get through to one of the local branches, and I spoke to somebody, and they said, well, you need to, this isn't the branch you purchased it from, and basically we weren't interested. But trying to get hold of this company and actually speak to anybody, it's all kind of, bot assistants and stuff like that. There's no one you can actually talk to. So I did try, and then I thought, right,
So do they not have a customer service telephone number?
No, they have a customer service telephone number, and when you call it, it basically says we deal with existing orders, blah blah blah, and then you stay on hold for like 7 weeks, and then they cut you off. I tried. I spent hours and hours trying to get through to actually talk to somebody. I spent a long time. So in between this time, I thought while I was trying to find a way to, I was Googling things like, how can I speak to a person at this company and things like this, and I was getting nowhere. So I decided to call the manufacturer to see what their stance was on it, to see if they could give any advice. And they basically said, well, no, it's out of warranty. I didn't take out an extended warranty at the time, which is my fault.
Yeah. Well, it's not your fault because you don't need to. But I'm not surprised the manufacturer wasn't particularly helpful because you don't have any contract with the manufacturers, so they don't have to do anything to help you anyway.
No, but what they did say was we can get the engineer that they were going to suggest was going to cost me £275, and they
okay. So just to bring us up to speed,
they weren't interested anyway. So
hang on a second, Jen. Jen, hang on. Just to bring us up to speed with where we're at now, have you actually managed to raise the issue with the retailer or not?
Not physically not speaking to physically in person. So yesterday, a last-ditch attempt, I decided to message them on Twitter. Because people always say, you should go onto social media. I didn't want to put anything public because I knew I was going to be speaking to you at some point. So I spoke to them on Twitter, and I basically got a message back, and they basically said that what I need, because it was outside of its warranty, that basically what I need to do is I need to provide an independent report to say that the television, the fault with the television it is a manufacturing fault, and it was a fault at the time of purchase. And I was like, but if it was a fault at the time of purchase, then obviously I wouldn't have purchased the television. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah.
I also mentioned...
do you know what, Jen? Can you just leave this with us? Let's get some detail, because, this is just...
I just wanted to let you know as well that now what's happened is the shadow is spread. I did send a picture, and the shadow.
Yeah, the TV's listen. The TV's clearly knackered.
Yeah,
and there's a technical expression. And the retailer needs to recognise that, of course, you have protection under the Consumer Rights Act, and if they really want you to have an independent report carried out, that's fine. You will have that carried out, but of course, there's very likely to be a cost incurred to have that carried out. And of course, hang on a second, Jen. If the report comes back and states that you are quite right, that this product has failed because of a manufacturing defect, then the retailer will absolutely have to repair the product or replace it for you, and they will have to reimburse any costs that you have incurred to prove your case. So this could end up being a very expensive way of resolving the issue, but if they want you to jump through those hoops, then you'll be more than happy to do so. We just need to go and explain that to them.
I have spoken to somebody. It cost me It will cost me £175 to get somebody to look at the television, and he has said to me the problem is even you need real watchmaker's hands to be able to deal with these LED strips, and even then it might not fix the fault. He said, and now the stage it's at, it's completely shadowed right across the television. He said it's just he said it's a but this was just somebody. This wasn't like an approved one. This was just somebody, and it was only because somebody was selling a television on a local selling page, and it was the same brand.
Let's leave it there, Jen. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. We'll get a call into this retailer, and we will try and talk some sense into them. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, David is an engineer, and he drives around a lot for his job. He received a letter saying that he'd been fined for driving in a bus lane. Well, he tried to get more information as to where this bus lane was, and because he was trying to trace his route, and he thought, I don't think I've driven through a bus lane. But he said he was really struggling to speak to the relevant department at the council. So he thought in the end, do you know what, I'll just pay it, because I can't even think where it was, but maybe I have. Well, a week later, he then received another letter. Initially, he ignored it because he thought, that must be to do with the other one. I've just paid it, so they're obviously coming after me again. But then he realised this was a separate occasion that apparently he again had driven through this bus lane. So again, he paid that fine. He thought that was an end of it. But it turns out he's been fined 4 times. 2 times, he says, he was unaware. But as a consequence of all of this, debt collectors turned up at his house and clamped his vehicle.
They obviously got enforcement agents that came around the house, and they clamped my van. So I didn't even know about these two until after they clamped my van. So I had to pay nearly £700 to get the clamp off my van.
£700?
£700, yeah. And they said to me, these two are for a different bus lane in the same place, sort of scenario. So that's when I phoned them. They said to me, "Oh, these two, you didn't. It was returned, so therefore, I obviously didn't know that I had them." So they said, "Oh, the only thing you can do is try and appeal it." But the form that they sent me was a form to stop the enforcement, but the enforcement had already happened.
So David is just really annoyed because he said, firstly, he can't even think where this bus lane is that apparently he's driven down. And also, he says he was only made aware of 2 of the times that he'd done it. He hasn't been made aware of the other 2 times. And he feels it's the escalation of all of this is most unfair. Well, we've been off to have a word with the council on his behalf. Let's find out what the latest is, because David's back on the JVS show. Hello, David.
Hi, JVS.
Hello, David. Right, now, Miles has spoken to the council concerned. Who are they and what is their response?
So it's North Northamptonshire Council. They've come back with a response from a spokesperson. They've highlighted where the penalty charge notices relate to, which is a bus gate in Market Street in Wellingborough. Now, this is why David might not have known about it in the past. The signage in place complies with legislation and the bus gate is fully enforceable. Fines for breaching the regulations went live on the 1st of February 2021, so it's only been enforced from this year, which is why you may have driven it in the past and not had a problem. The change was advertised in local newspapers and on social media, initially starting with a 1-week warning notice period to allow motorists to adjust to the new restrictions. Now, they've then gone on to say how the fines are sent out. They say it's sent by first-class post to the address that the vehicle is registered to, but as you've received a couple of the other fines, I don't think you're disputing that they have the right address for you. If payment is not made or representations received, a charge certificate is sent out after a further 28 days with a 50% surcharge. At this point, they say there is no right of appeal and it will have expired. If no payment is received, the debt is then registered at court and an order of recovery is issued, whereby the balance was increased to £98. You've paid when you've had those sent through, which is what you've said in the past. Including with the order of recovery was a form called a PE3 witness statement, which can be completed and sent to the Traffic Enforcement Centre for consideration. Where no payment or appeal is received, a case would then be transferred to an enforcement agent, which I believe is where we got to with the 2 that you say that you never received. If a case has been transferred to enforcement agent and the motorist had grounds for appeal, such as a change of address, there is an opportunity to submit a late witness statement to the Traffic Enforcement Centre. When the case is transferred to an enforcement agent, they would normally correspond with the keeper and would only clamp the vehicle if they do not respond to their efforts to contact them. That's the statement from the council.
Right. Well, we knew an awful lot of that, but I do see, and thank you, Miles, for just forwarding over this email from North Northamptonshire Council. They've sent some photos of the road that apparently you drove down. Did you not see the enormous writing on the road that says Busgate?
No. Up to now, I didn't even know it says Busgate on there. Well, so I don't know if it's easier to see from, high, but not necessarily in the van.
Well, I mean, listen, for most of us who don't live in Northamptonshire, we won't necessarily know this road that you're talking about, but I would describe it as being a road that runs right through the middle of a town centre, and it looks like the kind of road that has been pedestrianised to an extent. And at the entrance to the road, it says in huge letters right across the entrance on the road, it says Busgate. And then at the side of the road, it's got a sign with a bicycle, a bus, and then a taxi written underneath it. And it says Monday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and authorised vehicles. So they seem to be suggesting, and certainly the photos do, if that is indeed where you were fined, that the photos do seem to be quite supportive of their argument. That this is very clear to anyone who's paying attention that this is a bus lane and you can't drive down it, Monday to Saturday between 9 o'clock and 4:30 p.m.
So, sorry, Jonathan, you're saying so it's a bus gate, not a bus lane? Or is it? Because I'll tell you why, because...
It is described as a bus gate.
Yeah, because if that same road, if you can actually come to it on the top of the same road and drive all the way down it, which is so it's not classed as that bit is not really classed as a bus lane.
So are you saying you don't see the actual bus? It doesn't have anything written at the other entrance to that road?
No, the other entrance you can drive down there. You're allowed to drive down there. This is why, sorry, at the top of the road, you are allowed to drive down there.
It looks to me like it's a cut-through for buses to be able to quickly whip around instead of a whole road. So it's just a short space of road.
Yes, but hang on a second. Is there's nothing written at the other entrance to that bit of road?
No, it just says one way. That's it.
So if you were driving from the other end of that road, then and you ended up at the entrance that I'm looking at, where it says Busgate written in huge letters all over the road, if that was kind of upside down and back to front, you wouldn't necessarily realise what you were driving on because there's nothing at the other side. But are you sure? Because if we go back to them and put that to them and they send us another photo from the other end showing the same thing written, we're going to have egg all over our faces, aren't we?
No, I can guarantee you, because I normally drive down that way. You see what I mean? When I go shopping and I'll drive down that way and then I'll try and park on a loading bay and then quickly run in and quickly run off and then go.
Right.
Yeah, but cars are allowed to officially drive along that road. The only thing that they're not obviously allowed to do is go for that the bus gate bit, which is that little piece of road, which is a little.
But isn't that what you've driven through?
I believe so, because as I said, I couldn't get the information to find out where they were finding me, because as I said, I've been driving that way for the last 10 years.
But you're telling me it only says Busgate on one end of that bit of road?
I'm assuming it's just that little, that little...
is it one way or two ways?
It's a one way. So from the top of the road, you can go around and come straight down. It's a one way. So you can
but if it's one way, and it says at the entrance to the road Busgate in huge letters, then it's impossible to come from the other end, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Because it's like how do you put it? Like an L, shall we say? Yeah. So the top of the road you can drive down from the top of the L. Yeah. And then I'm assuming that where the L sort of joins, that bit there is where the bus gate is. But you can still drive down the rest of the L. That makes any sense.
But no, it doesn't really, because if you're saying the only bit you can't drive on is this bit of the road that is described as a bus gate, and yet that's one way, then either you've driven the wrong way down a one-way street, or you haven't seen the massive writing on the road saying bus gate.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I have to know. I've never noticed the road saying bus gate on the road. I remember this bus sign that says bus because I think it's new, if you know what I mean, because before they used to have electric bollards there.
Well, that's what the council said, that it's been in enforcement since February this year, so it is relatively new. So if you've been driving it for 10 years, previously it would have been fine to drive by the sound of things.
But what does Northamptonshire Council have to say about the fact that David said he only received 2 of the letters? Are they just saying, well, the letters were sent and we know he's received the others, so that's, we assume he did receive all of them?
Well, they seem to have skirted around that issue. They haven't really addressed it, so I think that's the next step.
Well, I think we definitely need to go back to them, because unless the letters are sent in some kind of method that requires a signature at the other end, how can they possibly say for sure that David received? Because you can understand the confusion if you're suddenly getting all these letters coming in talking about this fine of driving down the bus lane. You can understand why you would think it all related to the same infringement.
Yeah. Exactly. And it's not that. It's just that when I spoke to them, they told me about the other 2 that I didn't even know about, and they said, according to their records, these 2 were returned. So I was thinking, well, I obviously didn't get them then.
Right.
And I kind of sort of left it as that.
Right. And do you know, have you explored in some of the local press up in Northamptonshire whether other people have had the same issue on this road?
I know there's some people have had the same issue, but I don't actually live in Wellingborough anymore. Does that make sense? So them put it on local news or whatever, I would obviously not know about it because I don't live in Wellingborough anymore. Okay. It's just where my boys go to school. And that was basically it.
Okay, well, look, I think we need to go back and ask them how they can be sure that you received all letters regarding all 4 times that apparently you drove down this bus gate that you're not allowed to drive. Let's put the ball back in their court and see how they respond.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan, they told me that they were returned. So I said to them, how come I wasn't informed? I mean, if you don't send it to me, how am I supposed to pay it? or.
But surely they wouldn't have just sent one letter. They would send a letter, and then when that's ignored, they would write again, and then they would write again and presumably say, we are now going to pass this over to debt collectors. You didn't receive any of those letters at all?
No, I got the only letter I got was one for basically there was a form that they sent to say if you received the other 2 letters or not. Yeah, so I ticked that and sent it back, but then it was returned by the court, by the looks of it, to say that the form wasn't filled in properly.
Okay.
So
well, look,
I got that.
I mean, firstly, this is a bit of a lesson in paying attention. Because when we drive, and I completely understand how it happens, if you drive the same route all the time, you don't necessarily pay attention to the signage because you're so used to driving on the road. But that's not really an argument, is it? Because we're supposed to pay attention to any changes that may have occurred on the road, and certainly if they've got massive writing on the road saying bus gate, you're supposed to notice things like that. But let's go back to North Northamptonshire Council. Let's just ask them. If the letters for the other 2 were returned and they seem to accept they were returned, why do they feel it was acceptable for all of this to escalate to this level where it's ended up costing you so much money?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
OK, leave it with us. I'm going to pass you back to Miles. Maria ordered a new back door. It was going to cost £2,500. She paid the deposit of £575. And all of this was back in September of 2020. Its delivery was delayed when it did finally arrive in mid-October. Maria said pretty much everything was wrong with it.
The window didn't fit properly. The infill that should have clipped the door and the window together was too small, but they managed to clip it together by leaving gaps on each side. And then, we found that it was cream inside and out, but I said, that's okay, I can live with that. But when it came to the door panel, it was white inside and outside and the wrong design.
Well, obviously Maria wasn't happy about this at all. She complained. One of the managers came out to have a look and said, OK, we'll get this replaced. They agreed a time. It was all going to be done in December. But Maria was very worried about the weather on this particular day. She said, look, it's due to be pouring with rain. They said, no, that'll be all right, apparently. Well, Maria said it wasn't all right. They took the door off and all the rain was coming into her kitchen. It was an absolute nightmare, she said. Anyway, the replacement wasn't very much better. So she said, I'm really not happy with this at all. That's why she came to me. Well, I went off to have a word with the company. Now, I'm not going to go over it all over again because many of you, I know, have been following this story. The company concerned is a company called DG Solutions based in Hainault Business Park in Essex. They agreed that they were going to replace the door with, this time, a composite door. Now, they were to be fair to the company. They were ordering this door during coronavirus and during the lockdowns, and we know that there have been delays in terms of sourcing parts, but it did take a very long time. When they finally arrived with the door, the engineer checked everything over and said, the trim is the wrong colour. I'll have to go off and get some other trim. But he couldn't go off and get some other trim because the shop was shut for the trim. So he said, I'll leave it there and we'll come back and fit it another time. Well, he did come back. He did fit it. Maria wasn't at all happy, though, with the new door. She said there were still problems. There was a problem with the glazing panel at the side of it. There are scratch marks that look as if they've been touched up on the frame. The threshold of the door was round the wrong way. She was really unhappy, and when Maria appeared on the programme, I think it would be safe to say she was pretty livid. When I went back and spoke to DG Solutions again, they were a bit surprised because they said, we've listened to Maria on your programme, and it's very strange because Maria gave our fitter a bottle of wine and thanked him very much indeed for doing it. So we didn't realise that she was this unhappy. They said, we will, of course, try and get things resolved, but there have been several delays. in that, well, they were due to come out this week. In fact, that should have already happened this week. Let's find out what happened, because Maria's back on the JVS show. Hello.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Maria. So, the big question, I think it was Tuesday they were supposed to come out. Please tell me they came.
Oh, yes.
Good.
Came at 2:45 in the afternoon. The young lady rang me in the morning to say that when he finished his job, he would come. And he did. He came at 2:45.
This was the same engineer that you'd given the bottle of wine to? Yeah.
Yeah, but that was to say thank you for his hard work, not for all the mistakes and the wrong things that have come with it.
Right.
Yeah. So do you want the good news first or the bad news?
Let's start with the good news.
Right. He's done the lintel for me with silicone.
Right. This was the lintel at the top of the door where the kind of cement had all come out, and it was just it just looked like it hadn't been nicely finished off.
Yes, and my oh God, what do you call the one who uses cement?
What?
Never mind.
What? What? You uses cement? What do you mean?
Oh gosh, the builder that came said, it's no good putting cement back in there. Get them to put silicone. It will last longer.
Right.
Yeah, so that's done. Mm-hmm. He removed the strips, the windowsill that I didn't like, on the bottom of the door. So that was done.
Yeah.
Silicone on the outside that was faulty. That's been done.
Great.
Changed the window pane.
Great.
And changed the little window casing.
Great.
Did the weather bar.
Great.
Then he did the threshold.
Fantastic.
But,
yeah.
As he took it out, it damaged the draft excluder. About 2 inches of it is actually missing now. And now we go to all the bad bits.
Oh, what? That's not the bad bit.
No. The dirty brown marks and the black marks can't be removed.
Why?
The white joins, he used the spray that they gave him, coloured spray, did not work. Chip outside the door cannot be done because it started raining. It was wet and you can't do it. Could not touch up white marks or dirty looking plastic. Double glazed window, the larger one, is not the same quality as the last one that I demanded I had, so it does not match the little window now. And then the spray paint that was used to try and clear those brown marks and the white marks is all over the glass now. And he cleaned it up. I've cleaned it up yesterday morning. Cannot get rid of this spray paint.
What, so there's now spray paint on the glazing panel?
On the double glazing window.
Right.
But
what, did he not put any masking tape or something like that to stop the spray going on the glass?
I have no idea. I mean, he did what he could, but certain things could not be done. But I am very, very upset about the replacement double glazing window, the bigger part, that is not the quality that I requested. And now my top one is the quality that's correct, but the bottom part is not, and they don't match.
Right. Now, have you contacted...
Now, I've rang them up.
Okay, good, yes.
I've rang them up.
Yeah.
And I rang the manager. Nobody picked up. No answering machine came on. So half an hour later, I rang the company, spoke to a very nice young lady, and she took everything down with the problems, and she said she would get back to me in the afternoon when she'd spoken to somebody. I waited in all afternoon until gone 4, because she said she goes home at 4, and nobody rang. I've not heard nothing again.
I received an email from the lady that I'm dealing with at DG Solutions. She apologised because she said she's been out of the business on leave and therefore hadn't had an opportunity to respond to my emails. I understand that an engineer went out to Maria yesterday. However, due to the rain, not all of the work could be completed. Our service department will process the engineer's report today and schedule any outstanding work with Maria. Well, I will also advise the board of directors, because I offered them. I said, look, this is awful now. I would like to be very clear that I'm offering the directors of DG Solutions in Hainault Business Park every opportunity to respond. And if they would like to come on the programme with you to explain to you and to everyone else why you have had this completely disastrous experience with their company for in excess of a year now, I'm very happy to afford them that opportunity. Now, she says, I will advise the board of directors of your offer to appear on the show and I will update you with their decision. Well, I haven't heard back, so maybe they're still thinking about that. I need to go and have a word with them again, don't I?
Well, yes. I've requested that they send a quality control person here and, you know, check everything that is wrong and get it put right once and for all.
Yes, but I think the problem that I have is that some of the stuff they're just not going to be able to resolve.
Well, we'll have to come to that, you know. I just don't know what to do, Jonathan. I'm lost for words. The work is unacceptable, you know, especially the new window pane that doesn't match the other one. It's not as good quality as it should be, let's put it that way. And now it's got this spray paint that won't come off even with the cleaner that they've left me. And, yes, I don't know.
I think
they'll have to do the best they can, but I need a quality control bloke.
Well, I just wonder whether, because I'm just on their website at the moment, they are members of the Glass and Glazing Federation. I wonder whether it's worth making contact with them now at this stage and asking for their involvement. And maybe they will have someone that could come round and have a look at it for you to give you a professional view on what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable and what the company needs to do to resolve it.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Would you like us to give you the number for the Glass and Glazing Federation? I would suggest that the answer to that should be yes, and I will pass you back to my team so that we can pass that on. I'd like you to give them a call. What I will do is go back to DG Solutions and I will ask them why things still haven't been sorted. I understand they talk about the rain, and it may well be that the rain caused some problems, but the rain didn't cause the glass to not be the same quality as the previous glass.
No.
And the rain didn't cause some of the spray paint used to end up on the glass. And the rain didn't cause some of the door to be broken when the threshold was removed. So, one way or the other, this is still not looking very good, is it?
No.
Right, leave it with
It's
us.
playing havoc with my health, I'll tell you that much.
Well, listen, I mean, from a serious perspective, regarding your health, you need to keep this in perspective.
I'm trying my best.
Because, I mean, the reality is, I completely understand this is frustrating and it's stressful, but your health is really important, Maria.
Yeah.
With situations like this, it's very important to take a deep breath and not to let it, consume you. I know that's easier said than done. I've been there myself. When you're having a battle with a company, particularly when it's something to do with your house, you feel it deeply and you feel it personally. But
and all the work that I have to do every time they come.
Yes, but I don't want this. I don't want this. And if somebody else were having the same situation and they said to you, the dispute I'm having over my back door is making me ill, you would say exactly the same as I'm saying to you. Keep it in perspective. It's not worth making yourself ill over.
Yeah.
Okay? So let's be constructive and let's get it resolved. Yeah. You contact the Glass and Glazing Federation. I will go back to DG Solutions again. I will see if their directors would like to come on the programme and explain to you and everyone else why you're still in this position. And as I have said to you time and time again, I'm not going anywhere until this is resolved. Okay?
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Well, it's a pleasure, and I will talk to you very soon indeed. Now, Mark got into cycling during lockdown. Last summer, he bought himself a very, very expensive second-hand bike. It cost him £6,000. Well, so far, he's cycled 5,000 miles on this bike. He's lost a whole load of weight, and he's really caught the cycling bug. In September, to get the most out of his cycling, he bought a top-end chain mechanism, which had a built-in power meter so he could monitor how much power he was using up when he was cycling. Well, this part was expensive. It cost £715. And Mark said it worked absolutely fine up until May of this year when it went wrong.
When I was pedalling, there was a real loud clicking noise, and it turned out my chain was holding on to the chain set as it was spinning round. So I took it into the shop and said to them, look, got this problem. They looked at it and they said, your inner ring, so the inner one of the two rings, was worn out. And I said, well, what do you mean it's worn out? It can't be worn out. I've only had it 8 months. And they were like, no, it's worn out. I said, well, that needs changing, obviously. So they took off the new one that I'd purchased to put my old one back on for me that didn't have the power meter. They then sent it to the manufacturers. The manufacturers said, it doesn't come under warranty, it's wear and tear, you haven't maintained your chain properly.
Well, I mean, Mark said to me he wasn't really quite sure what to do about it because he's very unhappy having spent all of this money that it hasn't lasted very long. And I said to him, well, I'm not surprised you're unhappy. I would feel exactly the same way. But the reality is your contract as a consumer is with the bike shop. It's not with the manufacturer of this part. It's with the bike shop. They're the ones that you paid, and they are the ones that must resolve this for you, and that is their legal requirement to do so. Now, I said to Mark, have you kind of had that blunt conversation with them? And I do understand it can be very difficult if you've, I mean, I'm not into cycling, but I imagine if you are into cycling and you've bought a bike from a shop and you've probably got quite a good relationship with the guys and girls that work in the shop and, you like them and they like you, and to then suddenly have to row back a bit on that relationship and start being quite businesslike and saying, well, hang on a minute, you are liable for having sold me a part that is simply not good enough. It can be awkward. I totally get that. But I said to Mark, really, he needs to go and have that conversation. Let's see what they say, and then if necessary, I'll go and have a conversation with them as well. Now, Mark was going off to do that. I've got everything crossed that it was successful. Hello, Mark.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Hello, Mark. What happened?
Okay, so I went to the shop on the same day, and the shop owner was there, so we went out the back and had a chat. I explained that obviously I'd spoken to yourselves and that you had explained how things should have worked.
Yeah.
He said, well, can I have a couple of hours? I need to speak to somebody. So he went away and spoke to one of the reps for the manufacturer, I believe. But he came back to me within the next 2 hours and said, right, we'll get it all sorted. They're changing the chain mechanism, et cetera, for free of charge.
Fantastic.
So new power meter, and I've said to them I would rather have the ETAP, the lower form one.
I don't know what that. To be honest, you could be talking Swahili there because I don't know what that is.
Right. Well, I said I wanted the not the top end one. I wanted the one that was a bit lower because if I have the same problem again, I can change the rings. And they said that's absolutely fine, no problem. So they're actually giving me exactly what I want anyway.
Right. Well, that's fantastic.
Yeah, that was within 2 hours of being there.
Why do you think they hadn't offered that before our conversation?
I don't know. I don't know whether he's gone back to the manufacturers and they said, yeah, okay, well, we'll get it sorted, or whether the shop, I think he said the shop would do it, so I think he's gone back and thought, you know what, I do spend a fair amount of money in their shop.
Yes.
And, we do get on quite well. We chat, we'll go over there and things like that. So it is, I think he thought, well, yeah, okay, this guy, we don't want to lose a customer. Let's get this dealt with.
Well, that's great, and I'm very, very pleased that he's made that decision. Because, I mean, ultimately, whether this is not just about good customer service. I mean, this is an issue of legality. And the fact is, as I explained before, and it's just always worth reiterating this point, because the number of times people come to my programme and they say, you know, for example, I bought a washing machine and 6 months later it stopped working. So I went and spoke to the manufacturer and I told them they've got to do something. Well, you know, the manufacturer is not a company that you have a contract with.
No.
The manufacturer, if I make JVS bikes, retailers will then buy JVS bikes from me, and I will supply them, and there is a business contract between a manufacturer or supplier and a retailer. That retailer then takes JVS bikes and they then sell those bikes to other people. Their contract is with their customer. Their customer's contract is with them as a retailer. So, you know, ultimately, it's very important just to remember that chain of command in terms of how the contract works and make sure that you're talking to the right person. Now, it sounds great that they have decided to resolve this, because I was a bit worried that it was going to be awkward to deal with.
Yep.
You know,
I was a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I've had situations before. I've had situations before with cars, for example, where, you know, I've used the same car dealer and the same salesman that I've gone back to time and time again, got a really good relationship, and then you buy a car and you have problems and you need to then go back to that salesperson that you've had a really good relationship with, and you need to be a bit businesslike, really, and say, look, I'm not happy with this. This is not on. And if push comes to shove, I am going to pursue you over this. That's quite a difficult transition to make. So I'm pleased that it sounds as if it was all done in a way that wasn't too excruciating.
No, it was actually, you know, I said to him, look, you know, I said, first of all, I started off, said, look, I did say when we first dealt with this that I would take it further. I said, I've now managed to get the advice I need. And I said, you know, I'd spoken to JVS, and he was like, right, okay. And then he tried to tell me the different ins and outs of the thing, and then he went, right, give me a couple of hours. He said, I'll talk to somebody and come back with an answer pretty quick.
Well, that's brilliant. Now, when is it going to happen?
I'm actually going in today.
Okay, super. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them this. Half of the horn. Can you let me know when everything's sorted and you've got the bike back, and I'll give them the rest?
Yep, no problem at all. Of course I will.
Super. Mark, I'll talk to you very soon. Now, I need to speak to Nicola. Nicola came to me earlier this week. She was telling me that her housing association property was swapped for another one in 2018. Now, she chose this particular property because it was close to the children's school. She accepted that it wasn't an old property and there were some problems with it when she moved in, but she was promised that any of those problems would all be sorted out. Well, 3 years on, she says they've only now started to do some work. And that was only after Nicola told them she was coming on my programme. But she says there's so much to do.
Oh, God, it's a house of horrors. The front door is not safe. You cannot lock it. There's no letterbox. There's no glass. It's just a bit of board. It looks like I've been police raided 6 times a day. They came round last week and measured me up and said, I will get a new front door now, but it would take up to 16 weeks for the new front door to come. Outstanding is door frames, skirting boards, they're all rotted and fell off. The house is bricks. It's crumbling because it's such an old property. So it's plastering work, door frames, the skirting boards. There's a gas pipe where an old back boiler used to be in the living room. The gas pipe's still sticking out of my floor in the middle of the room. My windows, they do not close. Or if they do close, you can't open them. I'm not protected from the elements. Rain, wind come through the windows. 2 panels of glass, it fills up with water like a snow globe.
Well, Nicola was saying that it just seems as if there's so much work to be done and they're only just starting now, and she's got no idea when it's all going to be resolved. She's not happy at all. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Nicola.
Hi.
Hello. Now, Miles went off to have a word with the Housing Association just to get their side of the story, and they've come back with a response. Who are they and what are they saying, Miles?
So it's the BPHA, and they've come back with a statement saying, we regret that there appears to be a breakdown in Nicola's relationship with the BPHA. We were not aware of this. Conversations had seemed amicable and an agreement had been reached on a way forward. Throughout our discussions, we've taken care to ensure these works are delivered as a priority. The kitchen light has now been installed following the drying of plaster, leaving the only outstanding repairs to be the cutting back of the gas pipe, plastering of the walls once Nicola begins redecoration, and the replacement of the front door, which will be installed once it is delivered. The window replacement is part of planned works for next year. That's the statement. That's the full statement.
Right, okay. So they're in effect suggesting, and I know that they've come back with further information, and we can delve into that should we need to, but they seem to be suggesting, Nicola, that they are on top of this. They are going to get the work done. They have made a start, but obviously some of it is going to happen in stages. I think they did mention, for example, the plastering work. They said that they were going to do that room by room as and when you were then going to decorate the room. Is that your understanding?
Yes, they did say that. They did say once I'd stripped all the wallpaper off the walls that they will do it.
Okay.
I haven't stripped the wallpaper yet. I work nights, so I ain't got round to doing it yet, which I will be doing in the next week so they can come in and replaster the walls. Okay.
So in terms of the plastering, we can tick that off because your understanding and their understanding seems to be, tied together, and you're confident they're going to do that?
I am now, yes. Okay. Now they're using a different contractor. I am now because they said they turned up and done the kitchen ceiling.
Yeah.
Not like the previous people that never actually turned up.
Okay.
And I did say to the Housing Association, I was worried about stripping the walls and contractors not turning up.
Yes. It's perfectly reasonable based on your previous experience.
Yeah.
So regarding the plastering, that's all going to be done. Regarding the kitchen ceiling, that has been done. Regarding the front door, they say that is on order, but obviously there have been some delays with that.
Yeah, and all this only started when I emailed them saying I was coming on your show.
Well,
like yesterday, I've never heard of this one before, the whole 3 years I've lived here. Yesterday, a couple of people from the Housing Association come out, and I saw them. I was just sitting there, and I saw them in the front garden. Then they went round the side and went in my back garden. Yeah. And I went out there and asked them, who are you? And they're here to sort weeds out in my garden.
It's almost as if BPHA want to get your house sorted out so that when you come on the programme, you're happier.
Yes.
Isn't it?
I've never heard of a housing association de-weeding my gardens for me.
Listen, don't complain. So
I'm not gonna.
Regarding the door...
The only outstanding still is the door frames. When I was on your show, they were currently in my property doing the ceiling and whatnot. They've done a door frame upstairs to my bedroom. It's still exposed. It's not finished, and the wood's just still sitting in my hallway.
Have they given us any further clarity on the door frames,
So
Miles?
they've said there was a split to one door frame on the first floor which has been repaired, and the frame was not rotten as had been suggested, just damaged. That's their response.
It was rotten. It fell off, and so did the plaster when they fixed the door frame, because they had to replaster that bit of wall in the hallway.
Well, regarding the front door, I gather you chose a slightly different door, and that may well have caused a bit of a delay. Does that ring true?
Yeah, they said there's a delay on the glass.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
They did say up to...
As long as they're then going to get that installed. The windows, they say they're going to do, that's part of a scheduled works that's going to be done next year.
Yeah, but that's been on schedule since I moved in.
Yes, it may well have been, but it hasn't been on schedule since you involved my programme. And BPHA will know that we're not going anywhere until your property's sorted out. So what I'd like you to do, and I hope, I can already hear in your voice, Nicola, that you feel happier.
Yes, a lot happier.
Good, I can tell. What I'd like to do is I'm going to give them this. Oh, that's enough. Oh, gosh. That was almost a little bit too much, but a little bit of encouragement, and they know that if they carry on getting your property sorted, eventually they'll get the whole horn. But what I'd like you to do, Nicola, is please keep us posted. If you need us to go and put any calls into them, we're more than happy to do so. But I now feel confident that they're now going to try and resolve this for you and get it all sorted, OK?
OK, thank you.
Stephanie was living in a 6-bedroom house that was far too big for her and her family, so they decided they were going to downsize and move to a smaller property about 5 minutes down the road. Well, Stephanie was telling me she went on a comparison website to try and find a local removals firm. She found one that she was happy with. She says she did her research. She discovered they had positive reviews. She knew someone who knew a person who ran the company. The owner of the company came round. Stephanie said she made it very clear that everything would need to be moved from the property at the same time. The quote that was agreed to was £2,100, and it was all outlined in terms of how many cubic feet were going to need to be accommodated on the day of the move. However, on the day, Stephanie was shocked when the company only turned up in what she described as a Luton box van and a transit van to move the contents of a 6-bedroom house. She said she called the company to complain. They tried by moving the property, the contents in dribs and drabs throughout the day, using these vehicles to get everything shifted. But she said that then meant her family had to do a lot of the work.
They then said they'd send another vehicle, but kept saying that it was going to be delayed because they needed to get fuel. It didn't actually turn up, I think, until about 2:00 in the afternoon. The house we were buying, the vendor rang and said if we wanted to go and collect a key, she was out, before the actual official solicitor's call. So I went to the new property in my car with my daughter, and the 2 vans came to unload. But my husband and son were back at our old property bringing furniture down and boxes down from, it was a 3-storey house. They were doing the removals at the old house, waiting for the empty vehicles to turn up to reload again. 4 times those vehicles went backwards and forwards. And then my car went back 3 times. And I paid for that service.
So Stephanie just feels as if they turned up on the day with an inappropriate vehicle, and as a result of that, it involved all this extra work, an awful lot of which her family had to do themselves. So what's the point of paying a removals company? Well, I've been off to have a word with the removals company. What have they had to say? Stephanie's back on the JVS show. Hello, Stephanie.
Hello.
Hello. Now, they have come back with a response. It's a long response, so let's run through it and see what they're offering up as an explanation. They say your quote was for 2,200 cubic feet of vehicle space to carry out your move. After my visit to your property, he said, due to fuel shortages, we were only able to provide 1,800 cubic feet of space. However, we did arrange for additional staff to assist with the move to ensure time is not lost. He then goes on to say in the response, I will create a timeline below of the move day based on the information I have gathered. Approximately 9:30 in the morning, a call was received by yourself showing concern that only 2 vehicles had arrived. A member of my office staff contacted the removal supervisor to check regarding the additional vehicle. At approximately 9:50 in the morning, that supervisor contacted the office and informed us he'd spoken to you and everything was fine. He'd explained that a 3rd vehicle was due at your property shortly. Typically, a house completion takes place between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. unless a different time is agreed. Your house, however, was completed at 10:15. If we had prior notification of this, we would have started the job earlier, as the start time we had agreed with you was 9 o'clock. Clearing 2,200 cubic feet in 1 hour and 15 minutes would be impossible. 1,200 cubic feet and 3 staff arrived at 8:45 at approximately 11 a.m. 1,800 cubic feet of vehicle space and 7 staff members were at the property. The office had no further calls throughout the day informing us there were any issues. I have checked the vehicle tracking records to verify the arrival time of the 3rd vehicle. Please note, based on completion between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m, the timings and resources were completely on schedule. Between 2:45 and 3:30 in the afternoon, the job was completed, as the end of job sheet was signed and dated by yourself, and a picture of the job sheet was sent to the office between 3:30 and 4 p.m, and the original was left with you. To summarise, as a company, we failed you as a customer in 2 areas. Firstly, 400 cubic feet short on the move day. Although it was due to fuel shortages, as a customer, this was not your fault. However, we provided 2 additional staff members on the moving day to avoid time delays. Secondly, there were delays in dealing with your complaint, and you should have had a response last week. For this, please accept my apologies. As a company, we moved 2,200 cubic feet of volume in approximately 6 hours, which is extremely good for a move time frame. Having spoken to the staff, they mentioned that some family members were assisting with the move. However, our supervisor mentioned we had more than sufficient staff to have completed the move without any assistance. You mentioned that you thought we were trying to make as much money possible from your move. However, we ended up spending more by hiring a vehicle and also sending out 2 extra members of staff. As a business, having looked at all of the information, I believe we went above and beyond, taking into consideration we were at the peak of the fuel crisis and also the unexpected early completion of your property. We hired a vehicle to replace a vehicle that had no fuel. We hired 2 additional staff members to help. Taking into consideration the completion time was unexpectedly early, the team did very well to speed up and carry out the move safely, and the office reacted quickly to ensure the fuel crisis did not stop you from getting moved. You have requested a 25% refund, which unfortunately is not something we can accept. As a gesture of goodwill, I am happy to authorise £100 so we can part ways amicably. I apologise, as I understand this will not have been the outcome you may have wanted, but this is our final position on the matter. Right, so there's a long response. What's your reaction to it, Stephanie?
His timeline is not the accurate timeline. The 3rd vehicle didn't join us until almost 2 o'clock. Extra men arrived at the new property, would have been about 12:30ish, but their vehicles were fully loaded with somebody else's belongings. And I appreciate he's saying, they moved all that in 6 hours, but that's because my family had moved a large majority of it. And extra men doesn't help doesn't get my belongings into a vehicle big enough so that it could all be moved together. I was quite annoyed when he said he felt like the company had gone above and beyond, because that annoyed me more than the fact he didn't respond to me until I'd contacted, obviously, you and on the JVS show.
So how do you want to proceed then? I mean, there's an offer of £100 on the table.
Yeah.
He says that that's the final position. Now, that may well be the final position. It doesn't have to be the final position in terms of there is, of course, always the option, should you wish, to pursue the company through the small claims court.
Yeah.
It sounds as if he is likely to put up a robust defence to that, should you decide to do that. And he, I presume, will also incorporate an awful lot of what he said to me in that response if it does go to court. But that would be potentially an opportunity for you to take this further. But how much more money you would get back from a total amount of £2,100, I can't say. If you'd get anything at all. So what are you inclined to do? Are you inclined to take this further or draw a line under it and move on?
I think, to be honest, we'll draw a line and move on. I can't prove when the vehicles arrived. I didn't video them arriving and take statements on the day. We were busy trying to move with as least stress as possible. So, to be honest, if we continue it just drags it on.
Yes, and I think the other problem that you have in terms of the timing of this move, right in the middle of the fuel crisis.
Yeah.
Inevitably the company is going to bring that up.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
There is a very strong chance that the judge, if it were to go to the small claims court, there is a very strong chance that the judge may well say to you, this company were in very difficult circumstances trying to make sure that you could get moved. And they did achieve that, albeit it wasn't perfect, but they did their best in very difficult circumstances. Now, if that may well play very well with a judge. And it may well be that as a result, they may well say that the company doesn't owe you anything at all. So, to be honest with you, I completely understand your frustration. It sounds as if the company has now responded, and obviously they apologise for parts of the day.
Yeah.
I think what I would be inclined to do, as you've suggested, is accept that offer, draw a line under it, move on, and enjoy your new life in your new house rather than fighting this any further.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
What I would advise you to do, he's emailed you, hasn't he, with that letter?
He has, yeah. He copied me in.
Okay. Well, I think I would be inclined to respond to him and say, thank you for the response. I can't say that I'm 100% happy with the offer that you have presented, because I do feel as if some of the timings you have mentioned in your response don't seem to tally with my idea of what happened on that day. However, I agree with you that it would be nice at this point just to part ways amicably, and therefore I will accept the offer of £100. And can you please advise me as to when I will receive that money in my account?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you let me know what happens? I don't think this is a case where the horn is something that I'm going to play. Although I do thank him for at least bothering to respond this time.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give the horn, but can you please let me know as soon as you've got that money in your account?
Yeah, I will do.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. I hope that things will improve, and I hope that you'll have a lovely time in your new home.
Thanks very much. Thanks for all your help.
Hello, James.
Hello, Jonathan. You all right?
Yes, I'm well, thank you, James. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Brilliant. So I'm a leaseholder in a flat, and about October last year, I woke up one night to the sound of dripping. Located it to my storage cupboard in my hallway. It's got all the fuse boxes in it and that sort of stuff.
Is that inside your flat or outside?
Inside my flat. So it's in my hallway, near my bedrooms and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So I opened the cupboard door, saw there was a leak coming through, thought, oh, great. I then next day called the council and said, I believe it's your roof, which means it's your responsibility, which means it needs fixing.
So the council is the owner, they're the freeholder, are they?
They are, yes, yeah.
Okay.
So they obviously own the building, the roof, etc., etc.
And do they manage the building themselves, or do they outsource that to a management company?
I believe they maintain it themselves. For example, when they do the cleaning of the halls, they do that sort of stuff. But they do obviously give contractors to do the repairs. So I did ring them up next day straight away and said, look, there's a leak in the roof, obviously your responsibility. And they said, yeah, no, it is our responsibility. We'll get a contractor out and fix the leak. So they did that. I believe it was about a month and a half. Eventually, they come out. All I got was a little note through the door saying, oh, the leak's been fixed. And I was like, right, okay. I mean, they didn't even come in to see the leak or know where it was. So I was a bit like, I don't know how you've done that, but okay. Anyway, it all seemed all right. I mean, obviously, got past Christmas and the winter weather. It must have got to about March this year, and the leak's back. But this time, it's still in that area, but it's now, like I say, it was near the door of the storage cupboard. It's now actually come into the ceiling of the hallway. So it's over the doorway, in the storage cupboard, and in the hallway itself.
Okay, now, sorry to interrupt you there. So when you had the first problem, when was that?
Yeah. That was October last year, 2020.
October 2020?
Yes.
And they fixed that leak in the same month?
I can't remember the exact time frame. I have requested from the council to find out exactly, because I can't remember. But I believe it was probably about middle of November, end of November, they eventually come out. And that was with me doing many calls trying to get them to come out.
Yeah. So November 2020, they seemed to have fixed it. There was no more water coming in.
No, it seemed to have been all right. And I believe the Christmas was fine. I can't remember any times of Christmas where it was leaking.
And which month did you say it started again, but coming in through the hallway?
March, this was.
In March, okay.
This time, like I say, it's considerably worse because the ceiling had kind of bubbled a little bit. Not awful, but this time it was dripping into my hallway. I had to put a bucket in my hallway. And I got all tile floors, and obviously where the splashback was coming, it was extremely slippy, and yeah, that wasn't great. Mm-hmm. So I called them up again, and this time I started an insurance claim with the council to say, obviously, you know, I need my ceiling fixed now. You know, last time it was in the storage cupboard, it wasn't the worst, but this time, obviously, my ceiling is visibly damaged. And they said, yeah, all right, we'll do that. So I started that and also said, you know, you need to come fix it again now. This time, they actually come into my flat. The contractors come into my flat, located the leak, said, right, we can see where it is now, and we'll get onto it. Again, loads of calls, eventually got round. I believe it was the middle of June, they eventually come out and fixed it. And they said, yeah, all fixed, all fine, fabulous. And I thought, brilliant. That's fine. And then it was the 29th of September. I woke up one morning and there was a massive bubble in my ceiling again, and it was all full of water.
Same place in the hallway?
Exactly the same place in the hallway, yes, okay. Exactly the same place.
Right.
Yeah.
So it sounds as if whatever kind of job they've been doing it's been kind of tinkering with the edges of it. It's a bit of a patchwork rather than solving the fundamental problem with the roof. And
yeah,
I mean, how old is the building? Is there a chance it may need a new roof?
Yeah, so basically I know in the coming month we've got something called major works coming up on the flat block. And we've had like an invoice come out, for example, which the roof is going to be getting done. So the roof is obviously not great. I know there was a leak in the communal hallway before, which they did also fix that.
Right. So hang on a second. So they've acknowledged that the whole roof needs to be replaced on this block, and that is forthcoming.
Yes, yeah. Okay. So there are major works coming up, which we've been charged for.
Yes, I bet you have.
Yeah, I mean, that was something I might have come to you about because the invoice was ridiculous price for me, but that's a different story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so obviously they've sent like the invoice out saying what they're going to do during these works, and the roof is one of the things. So I get that, and I assume this time they don't want to fix it; they just want to wait for the major works and do it all at once, which I totally get. You know, it's another job they would have to do. But I'm ringing them this time, and I called up. So this was on the 30th of September. I called up. I put an official complaint in, and I said, you know, this is the third time. I've got an 18-month-old child who's running around with a bucket of empty, disgusting water. It's slippery. It's just dangerous. It's in a storage cupboard with all my fuse boxes. You know, I said that's not safe at all. Dealing with the complaint side of it, I heard back last Friday, and that was after 11 working days. And I spoke to someone who said, yeah, I'll investigate it, and I'll get back to you on Monday. No one's got back to me. That was this Monday just gone. No one's got back to me. So I rang them up again yesterday and said, look, what's going on? I've had nothing from the contractors to say when they're coming to fix it. I've had nothing to do with the complaint. I just got told by someone else.
Did they, just out of interest, when you put in, because obviously your ceiling will need to be repaired or replaced or redecorated or whatever, did they do that when it last happened?
No, so I received an email from the kind of person dealing with the insurance side from the council, and they said, yeah, we accept full responsibility, that's fine, we will repair it, can you obtain 2 quotes? I never got round to it. Obviously, that was towards the very end of June. I think it was the 24th of June, possibly. And I then got an email. Obviously, I never got back to us. That's my mistake on that part. They said, I think it was just towards the end of September, they said, you've got 2 weeks to get back to us with the quotes, otherwise we'll just end it sort of thing. Not lucky enough, but the leak occurred again, obviously, during them 2 weeks. So I've emailed them back saying, look, I appreciate I've got to get 2 quotes, but the leak still isn't fixed. I can't get quotes for something that's not fixed. You know, it's still leaking. It's not right. Okay. So as far as I'm aware, that sort of claim is still ongoing.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is all very frustrating. And I mean, okay, if the council I presume they will have surveyed the property and they will have looked at the roof, and they've obviously concluded that the roof needs complete replacement, because maybe they've got... Do you know if other residents have also had problems on the top floor with leaks?
I believe so, because there was a period where there was works going on, and it wasn't in my section of the flat. So there was a little bit further down. So
they have recognised in order to do the job properly, it needs a new roof. Fine. Fair enough.
Yeah.
And I'm presuming the fact that you've all been given an invoice is that there's no sinking fund then for your block.
No, I don't believe so. And then this is what it's coming down to, where I'm thinking now, so this has been like this for a year, and I'm now going to have to pay for a year later when this should have been fixed however many, a year or so ago. So it's a bit like I've been invoiced for this roof, which you haven't fixed.
Well, yeah, but hang on a second. Don't forget, as a leaseholder, it's partly your responsibility to pay for all of the maintenance of the building.
Of course, yeah, of course.
Now, that means that they are fully within their rights, and it will be in your lease that obviously any repairs would be split equally between all of the various leaseholders in the block.
Of course, yeah.
It is a bit unusual, though, that there is no sinking fund. Any well-run block, and so one of the first things I did when I moved into my block of flats that I lived in before was to start building up a sinking fund, because when I moved in, they were literally, the flats were being run hand to mouth. And whenever any works needed doing, people were then being given invoices. And there was one invoice that came through, and it was, several £1,000s that they were asking every single leaseholder to pay. I thought it was ridiculous. It would be far better.
That's what they've asked for me. They've asked.
But I'd like. How much have they asked you to pay?
So they said eventually it's an estimate of £23,500.
Divided between how many leaseholders?
No, that's just for me. That's just what I've got to pay.
What?
Yes, yeah. So, and I've emailed them, and again, it's a bit of a separate scenario, but I did say, I don't know how you expect me to pay this. I can't afford this,
What's the £23,000? There's no cladding on your building or anything like that, is there?
No, it's not cladding. I haven't got exactly the paperwork to hand with me, but there's a list of things that are going to get done. So we're going to get new flooring in the halls. I think they're going to put like a new door on. Obviously, the roof will be part of it, etc., etc.
How much do you pay in your service charge?
£100 a month.
Okay, so an annual amount of £1,200. Right. Yeah. Is there a lift in the building?
No, it's just it's one floor. So we've got the ground floor and the first floor, which we're on.
Well, what's the £1,200 a year being spent on then?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. The whole cleaning the floors. We haven't got like electric door at the moment. So
it doesn't cost £1,200 to clean floor. How many properties are there?
I believe there was 11. I believe.
Okay. Right. So there's 11 properties, and any maintenance will be divided equally between those 11 leaseholders. Are all of you leaseholders, or are some of the properties council properties?
I believe the majority are council.
Okay.
But I'm not too sure.
Okay, and this £20,000 odd. So how long have you lived there?
It'll be 3 years in November.
And when you moved in, I presume your solicitor who did all of the conveyancing for you, they will have looked at the accounts for the building. They will have looked at how much money there was in a sinking fund. If your solicitor was doing their job properly, they should have ensured that there was a sinking fund there, so that their client would not suddenly be presented with a huge bill for £20,000.
Well, not really. I can't ever remember it clearly explaining, you've got major works coming up, there's no sinking fund. I can't ever remember that happening. I can't remember them specifically saying that this hasn't got a sinking fund. There are major works. It could be up to £23,000. Obviously, I would have thought, maybe I don't want to do that. But I can't categorically say yes, they did, or no, they didn't say that to me.
Okay. Well, I would like to, and I will ask the council on your behalf for, it may well be I'll need permission from you in order to obtain this, but I would like to see the accounts for the building. Because
that's fine.
Any well-run block of flats should be building up a sinking fund. And as I say, when I moved into my block, the first thing I did was to speak to all of the other owners, and we began overpaying on our service charge by about £200.
Yeah.
And after a number of years, you've got a nice little account with several £1,000s in there. So as and when things go wrong, you haven't got to start going around to every single owner and saying, get your checkbook out, you've now got a big bill. Because you've got a pot of money that you then use to pay for unexpected repairs that may well crop up, and sometimes expected repairs. It seems ludicrous to me that a council-run building would expect people to live hand-to-mouth, and they would suddenly be presenting people with enormous bills like this. It seems absolutely crazy.
I did say in the email, I sent to the leaseholder team, the manager, like, look, I can't afford that. I don't earn nowhere near enough to be able to pay that off. And it was just very much of, well, we can't do anything till the invoice has been sent out, which it seems about 2 years after the works have actually happened that they'll bother sending the invoice, and the works haven't even started yet. And that's what I'm trying to say to them. I know you're probably waiting to repair the roof then. But I can't wait. I've got a kid running around who sees a bit of water trying to play in it or trying to empty it quicker than.
Well, there are two things that I think I need to do to help you. Firstly, I need to go and speak to the council and find out why they have not sent someone round to at least fix the roof again on a temporary basis. Even if we acknowledge that maybe the work involves something more significant, in the meantime, it's perfectly reasonable that they should come and sort out the leak to stop the water coming through, because it's unreasonable to just expect you to have to put up with water coming through your ceiling and into a cupboard with an electrical supply. I mean, it's dangerous, it's ridiculous. So they should have sorted this out. You shouldn't need to be coming to me to get something like that sorted out. What I'd also like to speak to them about, and I presume the letter that they've sent to you, I can't remember because it's been years now, thank goodness, since I lived in a flat. I'd never live in a flat again after all of the various, politics and problems you have to deal with living in a blooming block of flats. But there's a section something notice.
Section 20.
That's it.
Yeah.
A section 20 notice that you have to serve on lessees when the owner of the building, the freeholder of the building, is declaring that some work needs doing that's over a certain sum.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
I would certainly urge that you seek some advice in terms of, there's the Leasehold Advisory Service. I don't know if you've ever come across them.
I don't think I have, no.
I think it would be well worth you seeking some advice from them in terms of what rights you have, because you do not want to be presented with a bill for over £20,000. That's going to be astonishing.
The other thing is we're actually in the process of selling the flat, so we've had buyers agree, and obviously they're aware of the section.
Oh yeah, good luck with that. If you've got a section 20 notice telling you that the owner of that builder of that flat, the lessee of that flat, is going to have to pay over £20,000. Good luck trying to sell that.
Yeah, I mean we obviously when we sold the flat officially, we didn't know the exact price of the estimate of the works, so we dropped the price for the buyers, and I was like, yeah, that's fine. And we did, once we found out the exact price, we did say to the buyers that. And as far as I'm aware, which I found out the other day, they are still going ahead with the buy. But, again, I wouldn't be surprised if they said, no, don't worry about it, we're putting out. But
normally what would happen is if their solicitor is doing their job properly, I mean, maybe I should say this quietly. If their solicitor's doing their job properly, what they should be doing is arranging for you to put a sum of money in a bank account that if their client then is presented with a bill in the next 6 months, a year or whatever, that money is ring-fenced and that can then be used to cover the cost of it. Which obviously you don't want to have to face, because that's going to mean you having to find money to put in an account somewhere for somebody in order to buy your property, to have the peace of mind that if they need to pay that kind of bill, they've got money to cover it.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, that's probably the only way I'd ever be able to pay that £23,000 up front for them, because, again, we just would not have that money if we had to stay here. So
No, okay. All right, listen, let me, what I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to Miles, and we will get some detail, and I will contact that council this afternoon. I want to know what they're actually doing to try and help you out. You are a lessee, they need to be helping you, and leaving you with a leak and a massive bill round the corner doesn't seem to be very helpful.
No, it's not.
Miles.
Yes, as a massive bill.
The joy of living in a block of flats.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I'm not leasing a block of flats at this point. If you're getting £23,000 bills, wow.
You can do. Exactly. You can do. And you speak to people at the moment who are living in blocks of flats where there's cladding.
Yeah.
And they're being presented with eye-watering bills in order to replace the cladding in order to comply now with all of the fire regulations. I mean, I feel so sorry for people.
We were thinking about moving next year, but I'm having second thoughts now about staying on where we are.
There's no need to have second thoughts, but my advice would always be make sure whenever you are purchasing a property, and this applies to flats or houses, make sure you use a really good solicitor, a proper solicitor that is going to look after your best interest, because any solicitor that is helping a client purchase a flat would do an awful lot of due diligence to make sure that they're not facilitating their client buying a flat that's going to be a massive poison chalice around their neck. Some other companies and people that do conveyancing all they really care about is the sale going through so they get their money. And make sure that you use a really good solicitor who's going to look after your best interests. Listen, let's leave it there. James, I will pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word with the council, OK? Suman came to me. She was telling me that she had a conservatory built in 2011, 10 years ago. She noticed some cracks starting to appear in the walls and in the floor of the conservatory back in 2018. And at that point, she contacted the company that had built it for her. Well, she said initially they seemed helpful, and they said, OK, we'll come out and sort that. They came out, they filled the cracks, and they said, yeah, that would be all right now, that would be fine. Well, Suman wasn't too concerned. But the following year, the cracks came back. And this time they were back with a vengeance. They were really getting much, much bigger. She complained to the company again. This time, she said, the company sent someone out to come and dig down and have a look at the foundations. And when he dug down, he was quite shocked, Suman said, that the foundations weren't very deep. So Suman complained to the company and they said, well, we are happy with the job that we have done. And Suman said, well, I don't understand why, because your chap who came round dug the foundations down. He said they weren't deep enough. The company said, no, we're perfectly happy with the way we've done the job. So Suman contacted both her insurance company and the Ombudsman, who had both suggested the company was responsible.
They also refused to accept the report from the DGCOS and the report from my insurance company to say that it's poor workmanship, that they've not gone down the right amount of depth. They haven't taken into account vegetation that was existing at the time of the build, and they've also not taken into account my clay soil, which is highly shrinkable. So they should have taken that into account and worked out they needed to go down a minimum of 1 metre, I've been told.
Well, Suman said that she'd obviously been complaining to the company and saying, right, OK, well, the Ombudsman says it's your fault. But, of course, the problem in all of this is the amount of time that has passed between the conservatory being installed in the first place back in 2011 and when Suman first noticed the problems, which was over 6 years later. Now, some of my eagle-eyed legal listeners will know that 6 years is a very crucial amount of time because the responsibility under the Consumer Rights Act, or in fact, as it would have been for Suman, the Sale of Goods Act, there is a limitation of 6 years. And it seemed to be that the company was using as their justification for not doing anything to help. Well, I went off to have a word with them on Suman's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Suman.
Oh, very good morning to you, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, I have the report, the surveyor's report, in front of me. For any new listeners, I want to just read a section of it because when I first went to have a word with this man that runs the conservatory company, he was very keen for me to make sure that I had read all of the detail and the various reports. He said, if you read everything, you'll see why we have decided not to do anything to help. So I read through all of the paperwork, and I have to be honest with you, Suman, the more I read, the more I completely agreed with you. This company was solely to blame for the problems that you are now facing. The surveyor's report that was carried out says, and this is point 4.6, I am aware that a conservatory of this size is exempt from any building regulation oversight. However, this leaves the responsibility for design and construction firmly within the control of the conservatory installer. If the installer chooses to found the conservatory at a depth shallower than that normally demanded in shrinkable clay, which should be a minimum of 900 mils, that is perfectly acceptable. However, if the design and construction proves to be defective, then the sole responsibility for any subsequent deficiencies will be his. Now, the report earlier establishes that your property is built on shrinkable clay and the foundations for the conservatory had only been dug down to a maximum depth of 600 millimetres, which is not deep enough for shrinkable clay. Point 4.7 in this report says the foundations of this conservatory are inadequate for the ground conditions. And because the conservatory has sunk down and caused damage, which is not recoverable, the only course of action is to take down and renew, including the floor, with adequately designed and constructed foundations. Underpinning is not an option. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that is crystal clear. The conservatory company didn't dig the foundations deep enough. They didn't dig them deep enough, and as a result of the fact that they didn't dig the foundations deep enough, when you live in an area of shrinkable clay, your conservatory is now sinking. And the only solution is to tear it down and to rebuild it from the foundations up, but this time the foundations need to be dug deeper. They need to be a minimum of 900 mils. Now, I went back to the company, and to cut a very long story short, to begin with, the man was still absolutely unbudging and said, no, I haven't done anything wrong. The Ombudsman has said I don't have to do anything. I'm not doing anything. I said, look, I completely accept that the time frame is not on Suman's side. I completely accept that it may well be. And in fact, there was actually a slight change to this. But I said at that point, it may well be from a legal perspective, Suman doesn't have any rights to pursue you for this. But from my perspective, you are a local company that has installed a conservatory locally inadequately. And I have a duty of care on this programme. If you're not prepared to do anything about that, I have a duty of care to warn people as to which company we're dealing with. Well, the man said that he was then going to send me a statement. He did send me a statement. The statement basically said, I'm not doing anything. I don't think I need to. And I was about to read that statement and identify his company on the programme. But suddenly, 10 minutes before I came on air, the phone rang and it was him. And it would appear he'd had second thoughts. Now, I should just point out that there was also a further development, and I need to thank my colleague in the BBC legal department. As you can imagine, I spend a lot of time dealing with the BBC legal department, and my colleague there, he said to me, look, this is not my field of expertise, because as you can imagine, Suman, our lawyers here are experts in defamation, libel, all those kinds of things. In case somebody comes out with something that's incorrect on my programme, the lawyers that work for the BBC are not experts in property law or contract law. But he did say to me, look, just having a little look around with my legal eye, I think there may well be a glimmer of hope for Suman, because there was another piece of legislation that came in back in the 80s called I think it's called the Limit of Damages Act. And it came in 1986, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly. And he said, look, it may well be worth speaking to an expert, because there may actually be something from a legal perspective that Suman could do. And sure enough, when I spoke to an expert in the Latent Damages Act, that's it, the Latent Damages Act, when I spoke to an expert in the Latent Damages Act, he came back and said, well, yes, actually, Suman is within the time frame to potentially pursue this company under that act. But of course, Suman, to be honest, that was going to be time-consuming. It would involve the use of a solicitor. It was going to be expensive.
Yes.
And who's to say that at the end of it, the company, even if things go in your favour, and as we all know, when things go to court, they can go either way. Sometimes I'm quite shocked at how legal cases that I've been very, very sure were going to go in the consumer's favour, something happens on the day in court and things don't. So it's always a bit of a risk. So I went back to the company on your behalf and said, right, this is the situation. Either you sort this problem out with the conservatory you've built badly, or Suman will be left with no alternative, because we're looking at £20,000 to replace the conservatory. She's going to be left with no alternative but to get a lawyer and to sue you under the Latent Damages Act. He went away. It would appear he sought some legal advice himself, and he came back and he said, OK, well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I would like to, as long as Suman agrees to draw a line under this, I would like to change my position. This is not to accept any liability, but I would like to agree that I will pay Suman back every penny she's given me to build that conservatory, and we both draw a line under it. She can go and deal with somebody else to come and rebuild the conservatory. I'll give her everything she's given to me back, and we'll move on. So you and I had a conversation, and my feeling is that's probably the best way of resolving this now. Even though it's still going to mean you have to pay more money to have the conservatory rebuilt, which is very frustrating. I still think that's probably, in the real world, it's probably the best way of trying to resolve this matter. Now, we've been waiting patiently, and I know you've been emailing me to say I still haven't heard anything from him, still haven't got anything. I have been chasing him up on a fairly regular basis, Suman, behind the scenes, and he has promised me several times that he was putting this in the hands of his solicitor, who was going to draft an agreement. Draft an agreement that they would ask you to sign that in effect states that as long as you sign that and you agree that you will then no longer take any further action against him, and I presume if the solicitor's doing their job properly, they'll probably put a non-disclosure agreement in there as well to say that you can't speak to me on my programme anymore. As long as you sign that, you then get your £12,000 back. Now, I don't know, have you received anything yet, Suman?
I received something day before last, and it's exactly as you've said. It's been sent out by solicitors, and it's a document for me to look at and sign. Okay. And I'm more than happy to draw a line under it and still be amicable with everyone, because I have no grudges against the company. They've always looked after me very well. And I just have to get some...
They haven't... sorry, Suman. They haven't looked after you really well. They built a conservatory on... Well, whether you thought they had or not, they haven't. They built you a conservatory on inadequate foundations that 10 years later needs to be taken down and completely rebuilt from the foundations. I don't call that a company that has treated you well.
I thought at the time, because they came out when I called every time and they were, to me, seemed to be doing everything that they were specifically qualified to do so in their work. I thought, in my eyes, maybe I was blinded, that I trusted them, that I left them to it, really, and I didn't check in on their work.
Listen, I think it's perfectly reasonable at this stage to say that you mean them no ill will, and Absolutely. You are prepared to draw a line under this and are prepared to move on. But Absolutely. I don't think at any point you should be putting on record that you consider this company's always treated you well, because they built you a conservatory that was simply unsatisfactory and is now sinking. And they need to realise that. And I'm not prepared to allow that just to go, because I don't think the way this company has treated you is acceptable at all. And I think, based on the experience that I have had with them, I think that they were hoping, because it had been too long since the conservatory was built, that from a legal perspective they didn't have to do anything, so they weren't going to do anything. And it wasn't until I pointed out that I don't really care whether or not legally they have to do anything. I still have a responsibility. If they're not prepared to help you, I still have a responsibility to the rest of my audience to tell everybody what kind of company would treat someone in that way.
Oh, absolutely, because I would hate to have everything go through what I did, because the last few years have been absolutely crazy with worry, anxiety, sleepless nights.
Okay,
and
Suman,
my family.
Suman, the reality is they have now, I'm presuming they've now sent you the agreement. You're obviously not able to share that with me, nor would I ask you to.
Yes, I'm not able to, but I would need to get some legal help to look it over before I sign.
What you need to do, what you need to now do is you need to find a solicitor.
Yes.
From your perspective, who is prepared to check that over.
Yeah.
As your legal representative, and to make sure that everything in that agreement is completely okay. There's no reason to believe that it wouldn't be. It appears to have been, I'm sure, the companies say that they put this in the hands of solicitors, so I'm sure it's all been done properly. But you need to make sure that you get your own solicitor to have a look at it, just to check it over before you sign it.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm trying to do at the moment.
Now, I presume, and I don't know, but I presume that contract, as I said earlier, will have a non-disclosure agreement in it. So I'm going to work on the basis that today is the last day that you and I will be able to speak.
Yes, absolutely, because I'm very, very grateful for your help. Without your help, I would not have been able to get a closure on this situation satisfactorily to help me move on with my life. Thank you. I'm very grateful to you, Jonathan.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to have been able to help you, and I really hope that when you get the solicitor to look at the contract, I hope they will confirm that everything is fine and you can sign it, and I hope that you get the £12,000. If what has been agreed doesn't happen,
yes,
then the company will have broken the terms of that agreement, not you. And at that stage, you can come back to me and I will be in a position to still carry out my intended course of action, and that is to identify that company.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for that support.
I really hope that won't happen. I really hope that the company won't break the agreement. I really hope the company will do what they've said they will do, and this can all be resolved.
I hope so too. Thank you. I'm very grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure. I will thank the company for coming to that particular decision and that position. I will thank them. I will give them my horn. However, as I say, if that doesn't all work out, you come straight back to me.
I will. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I'm very, very grateful.
Well, good luck with having your conservatory eventually rebuilt by someone who does it properly. Right, let me speak to Mark, because Mark came to my programme regarding his very expensive bike. He got into cycling during the lockdown and he bought a second-hand bike costing £6,000. Well, so far he was telling me he cycled about 5,000 miles on this bike. He really has got the cycling bug. He's lost a whole load of weight. He loves it. In September, to get the most out of his training, he bought a top-end chain mechanism, which had a built-in power meter so he could monitor how much power he was using. This was a very expensive part. It cost £715, and he said it was working absolutely fine until May of this year, when something went wrong with it.
When I was pedalling, there was a real loud clicking noise, and it turned out my chain was holding on to the chain set as it was spinning round. So I took it into the shop and said to them, look, got this problem. They looked at it and they said, your inner ring, so the inner one of the two rings, was worn out. And I said, what do you mean it's worn out? It can't be worn out. I've only had it 8 months. And they were like, no, it's worn out. I said, well, that needs changing, obviously. So they took off the new one that I'd purchased to put my old one back on for me that didn't have the power meter. They then sent it to the manufacturers. The manufacturers said, it doesn't come under warranty, it's wear and tear, you haven't maintained your chain properly.
Well, the reality is, and any of my regular listeners will know, that when you purchase anything from a British retailer, you are covered by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. And that bit of legislation states that anything you purchase must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time. And the simple fact is, this particular part, this component that Mark had purchased for his bike, clearly wasn't of reasonable quality and hadn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. So I advised Mark to go back to the company that he purchased the part from, who fitted the part to his bike. He did that. He said it was all okay, actually. It was all pretty amicable. And they were very helpful. They suddenly said, OK, well, what we're going to do, we will sort it all out. We'll replace it for you. They were going to replace it, I think, with a slightly different part that Mark had agreed with them. And it was all going to be done at no cost to Mark. And when I spoke to Mark last, he said they were in the middle of doing the job. Well, let's hope it's all been completed, because he's back on the JVS show. Hello, Mark.
Morning, Jonathan.
How's your bike?
All running very well, thank you. Yep, all got fitted yesterday. Went out for a little ride afterwards. All running perfectly.
Fantastic. No cost to you?
No, they even made me a cup of tea.
Wow. Well, it really did end in a positive, friendly fashion, didn't it? It's not often that happens.
It was nice. I got a cup of tea as well. So
super. Well, Mark, I'm delighted. Shall I give them my horn and thank them?
Yes, please. That'd be perfect.
Super. Well, they know who they are. Angela's on the line. Hello, Angela.
Hi, it's Jonathan.
Hello, Angela. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right. I needed a new computer. I'd had my previous one for 6 years. It had been wonderful, but it got very slow, and I decided that I would treat myself to a super-duper desktop computer with a big screen. And I bought it in January 2019, and it cost £899.99. Now, in August of the same year, the screen became completely covered in black lines. So it was unusable. I phoned up the retailer, and I was asked to go back to the shop and return it. And I had to then wait for 2 to 3 weeks before it was returned, which actually was very inconvenient because I bought it for business purposes, and I do mainly my work on email, and so I found this very trying. Anyway, it was returned and it looked all right. However, 2.5 months ago, 2 permanent vertical lines appeared again on my screen. And actually, since then, another 2 more have come. Now, I phoned up the retailer, and their first reaction was, 2 years out of is the warranty. It's over 2 years. Yeah. So, I mean, I just couldn't believe it because, I mean, it's an expensive machine.
I can. I mean, listen, if companies didn't keep coming out with this load of balderdash...
Well, yeah,
then, to be honest, I wouldn't still have a job, would I? I wouldn't still be banging on about this. I mean, unfortunately, they keep coming out with the same nonsense all the time.
Well, yes. Anyway, I decided to take some consumer advice, and I was forwarded a letter which I printed and sent to the retailer, pointing out that, in my opinion, this computer was not fit for purpose according to the Consumer Act, which you mentioned earlier.
Consumer Rights Act, yeah.
Rights Act, yeah. Now, we then phoned the manufacturer because we weren't getting any joy from the retailer. And then they advised a software reset to try and get rid of the lines. And my husband actually said that's not going to do anything. But anyway, we obeyed. And quite honestly, that was a nightmare because I lost my apps and my whole email system has changed since then, and it's given me an awful lot of extra problems. And as I say, that I've now got 4 lines and spoke to the retailer again, and they said, oh, well, send it back to the manufacturer. But from my point of view, I can see no point in doing that because I think it's an inherent problem which wasn't properly addressed when it was initially mended. And, if I send it off again, I'm going to be weeks again without it, and then it can go down the line in 2 years' time, it can go again, and it's an expensive machine.
So, sorry, did you say that the company have agreed that they will send it back to the manufacturer?
No, they said it's up to me. It's up to me to contact the manufacturer.
Well, has this company never heard of the Consumer Rights Act?
I couldn't possibly comment.
I mean, it's quite remarkable.
Yes, I could say a lot, but I can't online.
Okay, well, I mean, the reality is, and let's just keep this short and sweet and to the point.
Yeah.
When you buy a computer, you are covered by the Consumer Rights Act.
Well,
The Consumer Rights Act states that computer must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time.
Well, this is it.
If it doesn't last for a reasonable amount of time, and if it develops an inherent manufacturing fault, which clearly this computer has, because, I mean, you've already had this same problem with the screen previously, then unless you've damaged it, if you spill a vase of water or something in the back of the computer, well, that's up to you. That's your fault.
Well,
but if you've used the computer in a perfectly reasonable way, there's absolutely no reason why the retailer should not take responsibility for the fact that it's now not working. Would you like us to go and have a little word with them?
Oh, yes, please.
Fine.
I mean, it would be difficult to spill water on it because it's a sort of monitor all in one screen. So, I mean, obviously nothing happened to it. It's just been sitting on my desktop.
Fine. Well, as long as you've used it in a perfectly normal and reasonable way, then it hasn't, in my opinion, lasted for a reasonable amount of time.
No.
And it's unacceptable that 2 years, just over 2 years since you purchased it, it's kind of pretty useless. We need to go and have a word with them and hopefully try and talk some sense into them. Miles, can I please pass Angela back?
Of course you can.
Thank you.
Lovely. OK, hang on there, Angela. I'll pass you back to Miles and we'll try and get it sorted. OK. Now, Vicky's fiancé bought her and a friend festival tickets for her 40th birthday. The tickets cost £122 in total, and he bought them back in April of this year. Well, the festival was due to take place in August, and Vicky was really looking forward to it. Days before she was due to go, though, she received an email to say the event, called Heartsfest, was being rescheduled. Well, since then, Vicky's had no update as to when the festival will happen, or indeed if she can have her money back for the tickets, which is really what she wants.
August the 6th. So a day after that initial cancellation email, we had another email, and it started off saying, for those of you that are asking for a reason that this cannot go ahead. Well, obviously we want to know a reason why the festival's been cancelled, obviously. They said that it was due to COVID staffing levels. So, that's understandable. They haven't got enough people there to man the festival due to COVID. So it's quite unfortunate. But, we swallowed it and thought, oh, well, it is what it is. But we still haven't had a refund. We can't get hold of them. The emails are being sent, so they're not bouncing back. So we know we've got the right email address, and they're not replying to us.
Well, unfortunately, the email I tried to send bounced back, which wasn't helpful at all, and an awful lot of work has been going on behind the scenes. You will know, if you're a regular listener to the programme, that I named this event a few weeks ago. I named the event as Heartsfest. This was an event that was supposed to take place at the Hertfordshire Showground. And thanks to the Hertfordshire Showground organisers, I have now finally managed to communicate with the organisers of the event. Well, let's find out what the latest is, because Vicky's back on the JVS show. Hello, Vicky.
Oh, hi, Jonathan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. So, first of all, Hertfordshire Showground have sent a statement for inclusion in the programme. They say, we understand that Heartsfest are continuing to work to resolve the issues. This situation is a reminder to everyone that the impact of coronavirus is still very present in our lives and businesses. For so many, it's definitely not back to normal. All event organisers complete an extensive vetting process before we agree terms to an event to be hosted at our showground. The process is as much values-based as it is a commercial arrangement. It's important that any organisation we collaborate with shares our values in treating people and partners with dignity and respect. As such, we have great sympathy for both the paying customers and Heartsfest, who will also have committed much time and resources into making the event happen, only to then have to cancel it. That being said, we would recommend any queries in relation to the event be directed to the event organisers at Heartsfest. Well, they kindly put me in touch with one of the organisers of Heartsfest, and I had a very, very long conversation with him, Vicky.
Oh.
Now, can I just ask, have you heard anything from him?
Nothing, not a peep.
That's interesting. Because my communication with him, after my communication with him, he suggested that he was going to be making contact with you. So it's somewhat disappointing that he hasn't.
Okay.
Now, what he fundamentally said was that they had planned for this event to go ahead in good faith at the showground. He said, contrary to what some people have been saying and speculating on, he said this was a genuine bona fide event that was planned.
Okay.
He said that they've run events in the past successfully, not necessarily at the Hertfordshire Showground, but they have got experience of running events previously, and it's been successful.
Right.
He said that when they obviously started to sell the tickets, they then had to put down deposits for all of the artists that were going to be involved in the event.
Well, that's understandable.
And the deposits for the artists, he said, stood at 50%. He said we also had to put down deposits for the stage, the equipment, all of this kind of stuff. And he said, as you can imagine, that was a lot of money. a lot of which we had to find ourselves. We had to fund ourselves at that stage because obviously at that point they hadn't really sold very many tickets. Now, he said it then became apparent that as a result of coronavirus, they weren't hitting the ticket targets in terms of how many they were selling.
Right.
He said it was very apparent that they weren't selling the tickets in the way they thought they would. People still did not feel very keen to go along to the event, even though I gather it was an outdoor event.
It was, yes.
So he said at that stage they started obviously communicating with the artists and with the artists' agents and explaining the fact that things weren't looking very good in terms of ticket sales. He said by August the 2nd, they had to call it because he said they just had not sold enough tickets. So he said at that point what they then tried to do was to have a conversation with the artists' agents to explain the situation and to say, look, we, from a commercial perspective, we just can't go ahead with this. We're going to have to defer it to next year instead. Can we try and come to an arrangement where we can do that? We can carry everything over and all of the existing bookings will carry over to next year and we can start from scratch again. And hopefully by next year, people will be much more keen to go to an event like this and will want to buy the tickets.
No, that's understandable.
Now, he said at that point, he said he now cannot go into details because there is legal action pending.
Ooh.
But at that point, they then had some issues with some of the artists and an agent acting on behalf of those artists.
Okay.
It was clear that this particular agent was not happy with what they were proposing and did not feel that that was reasonable at all. And now the organisers said that they are now in a legal dispute with that agent. And at this stage, he said the reason why they haven't actually come out with right, this is our plan, this is what we're doing, we are definitely holding the event next year, or we're not going to hold it, and we're therefore going to offer people their money back, he said, is that until they have resolved this issue over certainly one of the artists that was due to perform, they are not in a position for financially to be able to actually make a decision as to what they're going to do. Now, what is a little bit frustrating, because I said, well, how long are people going to have to wait? Because people in good faith, I said, I understand the predicament you describe, but that's not Vicky's fault, and it's not the fault of any of my other listeners who may well in good faith have booked tickets to go to Heartsfest and now want their money back, or at least want something that they can use.
Communication.
Yeah. He said, hopefully a solution will be found soon. And I said, well, how soon is soon? He said, well, I can't say that because we're at the moment in this legal dispute with one of the artist's agents. Now, what's a bit frustrating is that he did say after that conversation, he asked for your personal details.
Okay.
And suggested that they were going to make contact with you personally.
Right.
So it's a bit disappointing that you haven't heard anything. Is there any chance that you may have received an email that you haven't seen that might have gone into your junk folder?
I was just about to say, I will check my junk folder. Would you like me to do that now or after the call?
Are you there in front of the computer now? Or?
Yeah, just bear with me a second.
That would just be useful. Because if they have contacted you directly, as he suggested they would do, then maybe they have made some kind of offer to you. But you see, it may well be, Vicky, that after the conversation you had with me, it may well be that they've then gone back to their solicitors that are dealing with the legal action on their behalf, who has said, look, at this stage, you are not in a position legally to actually agree to do anything for anyone, because if you do that, you're going to kind of set a precedent. And that's going to cause a problem.
I can't see anything in my junk email.
Right.
No, and no, there's nothing there.
Okay, well, look, the problem that you have, and I can, what I can do is I can pass on the details to you of this organiser.
Okay.
And it may well be that what you may decide to do is to write to him and to put him on notice that if you don't get your money back, you're going to take legal action against him.
Right.
But obviously, at the moment, if we work on his explanation, it sounds like the organisers of the event are in a bit of a pickle as well and are trying to sort it out.
Well, I do understand that, Jonathan, but I just feel like they could have at least sent an email out to everybody that has purchased tickets just to explain the situation. And I'm sure, like myself, many others would be quite understanding of the situation.
Yes.
Communication is key, isn't it, in everything? So.
Well, that seems to be the problem, that at the moment they cannot get confirmation based on the money that... And he said at the moment, he and the other organisers are significantly financially worse off because they had to put their own money in at the beginning of the planning of all of this.
Yeah, I can quite believe that.
To secure the artists, to secure the equipment, to secure everything that they've had to pay the deposit for. And not enough people wanted to buy tickets to it. So he says that's the position that they are in at the moment. And until they've managed to get an agreement from that agent that their artist is prepared to, come to an agreement on doing the event again next year, using the existing deposit that was put down, he says at this point we're not in a position to actually be able to make a comment. So, but what I am a bit annoyed about is the fact that he hasn't done what he said he was going to do, and that's to contact you directly. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to him and I'm going to make it very clear I'm not happy that he hasn't contacted you directly. And I'm going to say to him, what does he want to do? Does he want to actually make contact with you, or should you just begin the ball running in terms of taking him to the small claims court?
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay, fine. Let's
Lovely.
leave it there. I will talk to you very soon. And if the organiser of Heartsfest is listening, I am really annoyed that you didn't do what you said you were going to do. I'm really annoyed that you didn't make contact with Vicky and come to some kind of arrangement.